I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho.
It's the
Yes.
O.N.E.
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters standing hard with big manodas. By my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Michael got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, arms open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
All right, family, shalom, shalom. I am your beloved brother, Saint Swarthy, aka Bishop Swarthy. We are doing a show today, having an open panel, and the topic is what can improve the Black community. So we want to hear the perspectives that come from the Black community. I want to take the time, first and foremost, to thank Karima for allowing me to come and speak on the Lion's Den, and shalom to Brother Mandinka Mali. To give me this opportunity to have this particular show and build. Very gracious and humble by the opportunity. This is my second show, period, on YouTube, family. So I wanted to do something that wasn't centered around my particular faith or what I believe, heritage, or whatever sources I'm subscribing to. But there's a lot of different schools of thought that exist within the Black community. You know, we have brothers and sisters from the Kemetic side concerning school of thought. We have brothers and sisters that rock with the Israelites. We have brothers and sisters that are Negro-only Israelites. We got brothers and sisters that are atheists. We have scientists in our community. We got 10 toes down in the paint, hardcore Pan-Africans in the community, okay? So, you know, peace and blessings to our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. All right, shalom, shout out to Top Cat and Dane Calloway and all them brothers over there that bring forth the information concerning us being indigenous to the Americas. I want to say peace and blessings to all of our political brothers and sisters that have the understanding of political science and, have a deep passion for the politics that exist here in our country. So I wanted to give the opportunity for anybody to come up and speak on the topic, what can improve the Black community? We want to give people anywhere from 45 seconds to 1 minute to 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak, that come up on the panel and speak. So, I think the max we should do today maybe is 2 minutes, two minutes and 2 minutes and 30 seconds for somebody that's speaking great volume at the time in the moment. So brothers and sisters that come up on the panel to speak on the topic, we want to give them anywhere from 45 seconds to 2 minutes to talk. And I will start off with, what are some of the things that can improve the Black community? Is there something from a moral standpoint that we need to change? Do we need to come together? Do we need to do it in just pockets? Do we need to individually do it and achieve great things and then come together? Are there things that we need to let go of concerning Black American culture, or what some people would call foundational Black American culture? And when you talk about the Black community, it for the most part comprises of that, but we do have brothers and sisters from the diaspora that don't have any animosity or ill will towards foundational Black Americans. So I don't have a problem with acknowledging them being a part of our community as well. There needs to be a respect, however, for Black Americans who are descendants of chattel and slavery, because that's the base and that's the fundamental building block of the Black community in America. So this is a very important topic. I know some brothers and sisters who think that we should be more proactive politically. Voting is very important, understanding the codes, understanding the different branches of government, if you will, and what their job and operation is. I know some brothers and sisters who think divine intervention needs to take place for there to be change in the Black community. And then, we got some brothers and sisters that rock with science, that think that us getting into stem cell and science, engineering, and technology is what's most conducive and what will help improve the Black community. So you got a lot of different avenues or ways that Black people take to be optimistic about improving our particular situation as a community and people. Granted, we do have individuals that are successful among Black people. We don't have that understanding on, even 2 or 3 things fundamentally. So I think even with the differences between Black Muslims and Black Christians and Black people that are Israelites, or Black people that subscribe to us being the ancient Egyptians and Kemetic peoples, you have Black people who think we're Aboriginal, who believe us to be the Aboriginal Indians to this land, the copper complected people, as Dane Calloway would say. So, I'm interested in hearing, hopefully we can get some brothers and sisters from those communities to come and talk. The time that you get to talk is uninterrupted, whether you agree or disagree with whoever's talking. For that time period that they're talking, they get to speak freely without being interrupted as well. So what should we do to improve the Black community? What are some things we can do to be proactive to improve the Black community? All right, I see Brother Mandinka Mali in the building, 7,000, been in many wars out here in these YouTube streets. All right. We got it. I see a couple brothers in the chat. Yep. We got, that's Salayah bin Yah, Shalom. If I hope, Lord willing, I pronounced it correctly. Can't comment or hit the link. Oh, okay. So can people actually hit the link? I see what it says. It says can't comment or hit the link. All right. So Black people, what should we do? How should we, what do we need to do to help improve the Black community? Do we, is a part of us reconciling? Is a part of us improving as a community the reconciliation of Black people depending on what they might have done to each other concerning the level of wrongness that it is. You know, I understand some things that if you do, there's no way possible you can come back with a person. But you know, is the fundamental change to improve the Black community? Does it require us to have some forgiveness and be more willing to come together financially? Shalom, man, Dinkamali, 7,000, been in many battles out here in these YouTube streets, many debates. Man, I haven't been in a debate yet, but ever since I started subscribing to Us Being the People, I have learned a lot of things from a lot of different people in a lot of different communities. You know, just even having the conversation with those brothers definitely helped me learn a lot about different perspectives. Okay, let's see what wifey's saying. Control our dollar and spend within our community more than everyone else. That's absolutely correct. You know, we definitely need to control our dollar. And until someone comes up and wants to speak, I'll go ahead and talk about what I think is most conducive for us to improve as a community concerning the Black community. I think our dollar circulating in our community as long as possible is one thing that would improve the Black community, certainly. And another thing, another way I looked at attacking something like that is us establishing the different businesses that will allow our dollar to circulate longer and more. So I think specifically strategizing and sending certain brothers and sisters to go and learn certain things in the culinary art field, or in the martial art field, or in the fine art field, or in construction. Having the sisters go and learn cosmetology as a team, I do want to exhort them and inspire them to go and learn it collectively as a team. Not to be pro-Black woman or pro-Black man, but to really be pro-Black as in for the whole family nucleus. You know what I'm saying? Having a sincere love for the Black man, woman, and child. So having a team of sisters for a greater cause of us improving as a community, not as individuals, and having them go learn various things in the culinary art field, in computer science and technology engineering. As a people, we need to go to the different institutions that will teach us how to establish the industries that will allow our dollar to circulate longer. If we got a grocery store, we got fashion designers, we got brothers and sisters that do plumbing work, we got brothers and sisters do construction work. If we have brothers and sisters in the martial arts industry, if we have brothers and sisters with just mom and pop stores, all of that helps if we're doing business among each other, as well as establishing businesses in the different industries that will allow our dollar to continue to circulate in our community and liberate our brothers and sisters from these jobs that we see them working. You know, oftentimes on these jobs, you have to deal with people not even understanding the sacrifice that Black Americans and their ancestors made to make all of these dreams and aspirations and possibilities possible here in America, you know, because it seems like the families of the earth are unwilling to stand on any form of honesty and sincerity concerning the topic of reparations. I think Black people should pull themselves up by their bootstraps with a sense of urgency, for real. And I mean that in every positive way. And that's coming from the bottom of my heart to want to see us shine over everybody as a community. We need to take it personal, and we need to show up to the culinary arts school. We need to show up to the jiu-jitsu gym. We need to show up to the karate school, the boxing gym. We need to show up to these different institutions where you can establish degrees in education in various fields in engineering, technology, and science. We need to infiltrate these places and learn all we can learn in humility so that we can establish those industries on one accord to allow our dollar to continue to circulate in our community. So those are some of the things that I was thinking that would really, really help us out a lot. You know, controlling our dollar and spending within our community more than everyone else, right? Okay, let's see what else Black Lady has to say. Okay, it says Black World for Eve. Okay, Black World Forever. Okay, let's see what else Black Lady has to say. It says the other races may not get along, but they all agree to keep us in the loop. So, and that's correct. You don't have to, and understand something. We live in a competitive world. You have to compete in this competitive world. So, if it's one thing I think we do need to do is we need to take more effort into competing against the other groups of people, not being nasty or racist or disrespectful or prejudiced in any of the ways that's not conducive for anybody for that matter. But we need to live in peace with all the other groups of people, make sure that we're being hospitable, make sure that if we do have businesses, we're running them to the best of our abilities, having the best products with the best service with the best results, because we do have to do business with the other groups of people. But we do need to understand that it's certain things that we need to divest from, for a lack of better term, to excel as a community and improve the Black community. Shalom, give me 1 second. We got somebody up here right now.
Peace, King. How you doing?
Peace, peace. Shalom, brother. Just wanted to do something sincere for the Black community. And as you know, brother, we have a lot of different schools of thoughts within the Black community, whether it's Kemet or the Israelites or the Black Christians or the Black Muslims. We got brothers that's atheists, brothers that's in the science, evolution. So I wanted to hear your take on what can we do to improve the Black community. And we don't have anybody else up here, so you can definitely have more than a minute or two to talk right now. If you would, beloved, I want you to elaborate on what can we do to improve the Black community.
Yes, and I appreciate you passing me the microphone. I'll try to get right to it as concisely as possible. Now, I would say it is imperative that Black Americans and mulatto Americans report all potential illegal aliens to ICE, because if we don't do so, our descendants won't have any majority Black American or any majority mulatto American communities to grow up in. Additionally, I would recommend that the
Mulatto rights activist, we can't hear you, beloved.
my bad family, my phone went out. But what was the last part that you heard, brother? Do you recall?
I believe you were talking about the imperativeness of
Yes,
people
yes.
reporting any illegal aliens, anybody that's in the Americas illegal, to ICE immediately. It seems like your message is to have a sense of urgency in doing that.
Yes, and the reason that there must be a sense of urgency is because, and I'm not sure if you heard this part, if we as Black Americans and mulatto Americans don't report all potential illegal aliens to ICE, our descendants won't have any majority Black American or majority mulatto American communities to grow up in. Additionally, my second point was that we as mulatto Americans and as Black Americans must contact our Congress and Senate. Specifically, what I said is contact as many congressional representatives and as many senators as possible, as well as contacting the Supreme Court and even Trump's office, because his number is publicly listed, and advocate for a complete immigration ban, or in other words, a immigration moratorium in the U.S., so that we can preserve Black American and mulatto American communities of descendants of the founders of the U.S. Once again, if we don't do this, then our descendants won't have any more majority Black American or majority mulatto American communities to grow up in. Additionally, it's also imperative that we as Black Americans and mulatto Americans advocate for a complete federal abortion ban. And this is self-explanatory, really. If we don't ban abortion, then black babies and mulatto babies will continue to be killed in genocidal numbers. How can we preserve our communities when we're literally killing our future generations? Um, I can continue listing things. Additionally, it's imperative that the Black Americans and the mulatto Americans advocate to ban on a federal level. We must ban all gender reassignment surgeries on minors and adults. It must be a complete ban. Once again, if we allow our ethnic group to genitally mutilate itself, that decreases our population growth rate. We're already approximately 14% of the U.S. population. We are right now outnumbered by Hispanics in our own country. If we continue to abort our babies and we continue to literally allow mass immigration as we turn a blind eye, then we will be outnumbered by Asians, Arabians, etc. in our own country. We already allowed the Caucasians to outnumber us. Why do we want to remain in a perpetually minority status, a perpetual minority status? This does not benefit our future generations. And I'll cite some examples of what I'm speaking about. When you look at Los Angeles or the entirety of the state of California, this is a state that we have turned a blind eye to mass immigration. And as a result, there is not one majority Black American city in the entirety of California. We barely even have majority Black American communities in the state of California, but there is not one majority Black American city in the state of California. When we look at New York City, and I'm gonna land my plane with this one because I don't want to be long-winded. I would like this to be more of a dialogue. But when we look at New York City, when you go to New York City, there is not one majority Black American community in the entirety of New York City, which is the biggest city in the country of the U.S. There are majority Black communities though in New York. When you go there are majority Caribbean communities. Definitely. There are communities where the population is majority Afro Latino. Yes, definitely. But there's not one majority Black American community in the entirety of New York City. Not even in the projects. Not even the projects. So this is shameful because when our future generations, our great great grandkids, ask us, Grandma, Grandpa, why didn't you all fight to preserve our communities? Why did you allow foreigners to take over our communities and become the majority in communities that we were supposed to give our grandchildren as an inheritance? What would we tell them? Really? But I'll land my plane with that, brother.
Man, powerful, very direct, right to the point, putting one's self-preservation and self first. And
Yes.
that, man, very powerful.
Appreciate that, brother. Hopefully, more of us, wake up to this information. Because even me, I have to admit, when I was younger, full disclosure, I grew up in the state of Maryland. I was born in New York, but I grew up in Maryland, and I'm from Columbia, Maryland, Howard County. And when I was young, I thought that the sexual access that mass immigration enabled was a benefit. Or in other words, when there were women in my community from Latin America, there were women in my community from Ethiopia, there were women in my community from different parts of Asia. I thought that was a good thing because a lot of their women I ended up having relationships with. But in the long run, I realized this does not benefit my ethnic group. My ethnic group will literally become a minority in our own community. The community I grew up in is called Long Reach, Columbia, Maryland, zip code 21045. If you look it up, you'll see that Long Reach is a former slave plantation. Matter of fact, even during slavery, it had the same name, Long Reach. and the name is, and this may be a myth, but it's an old wives' tale that we pass around. The name Long Reach came from the anatomy of the slaves that were enslaved on the plantation. They were allegedly, they had a long reach. I'll put it that way. The
So
name of my community wasn't even changed. Even to this day, it's still named the same name that it was when it was a slave plantation. But if you drive around Long Reach today, especially the main thoroughfare, which is called Tamar Drive, you'll see, well, now since Trump is in office, you don't see it as much anymore. But before Trump was in office, you would see illegal aliens congregated throughout my community. Literally. Matter of fact, it would be times that you would drive through my neighborhood and see more illegal aliens, see more Hispanics, see more Africans than Black Americans and mulatto Americans. So, I mean, that's one of the things that woke me up. I won't say that is the only thing that woke me up, but that's one of the things that caused the light bulb to go off in my head. What type of community am I leaving for my descendants?
So you took in consideration your particular ethnic group, or bloodline, or some. I mean, the more modern term would be race, right? What do you say against people who are going to push against the idea of having that homogenous bond between Black Americans and mulatto Americans, descendants of chattel slavery? What would you say to rebut somebody saying that's racist, or why is it only about your people?
Well, I'll be honest. I don't even care if it is racist. Self-preservation is imperative. So if you want to call me racist, call me racist. I don't even take that. That stick, I'm a quote Malcolm X, my mulatto ancestor. That stick don't work on me. You understand what I'm saying? That stick don't work on me. You hit me with the racist stick, it don't bother me at all. If you call me racist, all right, I'll be racist. But did I fight to preserve the communities of my ethnicity? That's what's important to me. I
I'm,
think
I'm,
racism. I apologize. Let me complete this one sentence and I'll pass the mic back. And I appreciate you passing. I actually appreciate this question. I think the term racist is a term used to gaslight descendants of U.S. chattel slaves into not practicing self-preservation. Or, in other words, it's a term that gaslights us into relinquishing our obligation to have self-preservation instincts.
my goodness, man, powerful. Whew, my goodness, that was heavy right there. Looks like we got a new brother on the panel. What's your name, brother? I can't see the names. But and then too, for mulatto rights activists, I have to agree with you on that. That is a psychological mind game that other nations of people play on us to keep us from loving ourselves and sticking to ourselves. So
Yes,
I
sir.
had to agree with you wholeheartedly on that. I've seen it, especially particularly where I'm at in America right now. For Black people to stop complimenting all the other groups of people, not be mean or nasty to them, but focus on what they need to do for self-preservation. I would encourage Black people to come together financially ASAP. I mean, brothers and sisters working jobs, 10 or 12 or 13 of them, they need to come together and go to the bank and work out a deal and get an account going where they all contribute and they all have to sign for any money to come out of it. And they need to start investing in businesses and taking over certain areas and blocks to where we can start to establish small pockets in cities and then eventually have a city that's predominantly us. I'm originally from South Central Los Angeles, and I took for granted how much of a gem Leimert Park was for Black people in LA. And I don't know
Exactly.
if it's still going, but that was like a small city of Black people that I remember. I'm a member of the Black Karate Federation, and I'm an instructor in the BKF in Leimert
Yes,
Park.
sir.
So I remember all the Black American theaters were there, the soul food kitchens, the Black karate schools down the street. Brothers and sisters would be doing performing arts. The sisters would be down there doing ballet. Just a lot of beautiful Black American culture as well as African culture too, because you know a lot of Black Americans are very Pan-African. We always have been, if you ask me.
Yeah,
So I took for granted what we really
Hey, what's
had in
going
the
on,
first part,
niggers?
and we didn't rally around it like we should have.
I
Peace to the
agree.
guys, man. Can y'all hear me?
Peace, family. We hear you.
All right, Shalom, we can hear you. Brother, welcome to the show. The topic is what can we do to improve the Black community? And we want brothers from all walks of the Black community, whether it's Aboriginal or Muslim or Christian or Israelite or more, because there's a lot of different schools of thought in the Black community.
So fuck everyone who's not black, right?
Hold
Say it
on,
one
y'all.
more
Hold on,
time.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
We
hold on.
we
Let me
we're not
handle
gonna
this real
worry
quick.
about them.
So, Nemesis,
But
do
I
you know
do want to
that?
give everybody a chance to speak. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but Nemesis want to call us out our name, and Nemesis, I want to know: are you educated on the word nigger?
Yes,
So, give me the definition, the root at its
just
etymology. I want to hear it.
ignorant, greedy, deceitful.
No, the word nigger means king, god, and supreme. The original word, it was spelled NGR. It had no Asiatic
NGR,
linguistic
okay.
vowels in the word. In the 1700s, Noah Webster added the extra consonants or consonants to the
Where did you
word, which is
find
the
that?
G.
Because I
It
typed it
doesn't
in,
matter.
it
It
says
doesn't matter.
National
Stop
Grid
using the word
reference.
Hold on, brother.
disrespectful.
But let me
You
say
are
Hold on
this.
one
under
second, brother.
Don't
judgment.
let this.
I
Hold
am
on, brother.
Christ. Christ is
Don't.
walking
Stop
the earth.
muting me.
You
All
under
right, but
judgment,
brother,
whether you
don't let this
believe me or
Hold
not.
on one
Stop
Be
second.
fucking
careful who
muting me
you
when I have a
entertain. You
question.
entertain angels unaware.
All
I'm
right, go
You are
going to
very
interrupt you and I'm
disrespectful.
going to ask
You are not
questions
here
because
for
I
the
don't
right
hold on,
reasons, and
brother.
you are
back
under
chat.
judgment whether
just
you
just
want to
wait.
believe it or
Go ahead
not.
and bring him
Stop
back up.
muting me.
All right, but brother, don't allow the Caucasian to derail us. If he called us
Fucking
niggas,
stop
just call him a
muting
cracker
me,
and let's
god
move
damn it,
forward.
stupid niggers.
All right, you're a
No,
cracker.
it's
Thank
all
Let's move
good.
you.
forward.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. No disrespect. But I am the Christ. I am walking the earth, right? My word shall go forth and it shall not return to me void. I'm not here for your sin. I'm not here for your belief. I'm here for your iniquitous behavior. Okay? It ain't nothing nobody can do with me. I got too much power. I got gifts I ain't even unlocked yet.
All right,
All
but
I'm
brother,
saying and what
you
I'm
got any
here to tell
suggestions on how we can
everybody
benefit the
here:
black community?
SMG,
do
brother.
not jump on the bandwagon with
SMG,
America. I just
brother.
destroyed Bitcoin, the Pope, Knights Templar, the
SMG,
Brethren. And
brother.
if listen to me, brother, be
Give me
careful who
one
you
second. Give me one
entertain.
second,
This is
brother.
for a reason. It doesn't matter
One
what you're
second,
saying.
though,
I'm
brother.
telling
One
you who
second,
I
brother.
am.
One second, brother. Is there anything in particular that we can do to improve the Black community, brother?
Yes, follow the Most High God themselves, mother and father, those who formed you, right? Jeremiah 1:5. Before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. I appointed you priests and priestesses among the nations. Yes, there's nothing you can do. Me and Trump at a real live war right now that y'all don't know nothing about. Elon Musk, everything evil that is called must go. I ain't here to play no games.
All right,
This is not that.
brother. All right, hold on 1 second. 1 second, brother. 1 second. All right,
Yeah.
brother. You got 3 minutes. When I say time, that's time. And as soon as you start talking, your time will start.
I don't need no time, brother. I
But
just
we want
gave
to
the
give
message.
people a chance to speak on the platform, and we don't mind giving you more time if nobody has anything to say. But we want to deal with some form of order, brother. So go ahead. As soon as you start speaking, the 3 minutes will start.
Okay, yeah. So people got to remember there's order inside chaos. Do not get this twisted. I am the order inside the chaos. Knowledge itself is the same thing as seek ye first the kingdom of God. You are the characters to each and every book. I don't care if it's Harry Potter. If it hasn't been thought, if it hasn't been uttered, then it doesn't exist. Man can't even lie, because even when you lie, you tell your truth. Okay? So every time you come, every time you speak, every time you walk, every time you blink, every time you think, and you are not paying homage and praise to the Ruach, to your holy mother, and then your holy father, you having an issue. And this is the problem with Black America. This is why we want to continue to go through what we go through. This is Christ, chemistry, realignment, Sankofa's timing. We need to be returning to the things before we lose them, before they are lost. The love is thicker than blood and water. This is the reason why Christ reigns supreme over everyone, is because she is the word of God. Christ is also a woman, what would be Heru. So we can't play these games. There's a gold half score that runs through every command. 613 is 10. 6 plus 1 is 3. But since men don't want that, then we broke it down to 10 commandments. You didn't want to handle that, so we took that from you and wrote it on your heart. You don't even respect God now on a panel or anywhere that I go. Not saying you, but this is for particulars. People have to understand who God is. And following money. This is why we're not doing money. Money is not for you. This is something that you need, that they have made essential. But you don't need it like you need air and water. Man
What
says that they are God, but they
do
can't
you
put the
really
oceans
mean
in.
what history?
Sir, you can't interrupt, sir. We'll give you the timer in your time. Hold on, sir.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Love is thicker than blood and water. If anybody want to say anything, you are free to speak, man. You are absolutely free to speak. We are beautiful people, and I'm here to get you. Yeah, this ain't no fairy tale. I'm not a punchline. I'm not a metaphor to a book or nothing. No, I actually exist. And I'm here, and I've been woke about 4 months. Though I'm 42 years old, but I've been woke 4 months. It is time for war. This is not a game. You can follow me, YouTube, TikTok, and you will see. All you have to, the best thing you can do right now is obedience is better than sacrifice. Because had you obeyed, if you obeyed as a living holy sacrifice daily, you will not sacrifice yourself or be in need of a sacrificial lamb. Man must work out his own salvation. Period. Get knowledge yourself, which is seek ye first the kingdom of God. And why is that? It's because Christ sits next to his mother and father, which where you should be also, as one being the Christ consciousness, not the actual one individual or two individual, like Yeshua ben Pandera and so forth on of any other Christ that came. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the Christ. The original word of Christ is K-R-S, K-R-S-T-M-E-S, and the word Ankh. I hear it, God. Go ahead. But that knowledge reigns supreme over everyone. And the kingdom of heaven is within you. And you are to go within so your inner reality can ultimately reflect your outer reality.
Hold on. All right. So the brother spoke. He mentioned Christ. He mentioned some other things concerning a particular dog. You said Christ is a woman, brother?
Yes, we are all the children of the Most High. Christ is the light of the world. Women are also lights of the world, brother.
Okay, I see. Okay, so Mulatto, brother, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, family.
All right. As soon as you start talking, you get 3 minutes, brother. Is there something else? Are there more things that we can do to improve the Black community?
Well, and I might not need the totality of the 3 minutes, but I will say this, and I'll make it brief as possible. This homosexuality that we see within the Black American and mulatto American community, even if we cannot get legislation to ban it outright, because I know that that may be challenging, we must at least bring back shaming it within our communities, within our inner circles, within our family. Now, I'm not saying to abuse any of our people. We must give them constructive criticism. Or in other words, and this is a line that I use a lot to, you know, a lot of the homosexuals. What I tell them is, bro, you know that you could always change your ways. You don't have to continue to be gay forever just because you was gay before, really. And I'll say that in closing.
All right, brother. Well said. You know, the living that lifestyle is counterproductive to reproducing and establishing your descendants too. So there's a lot about that that's not conducive for the Black community or us going forward and improving. And then great job, brother, of still talking to brothers and sisters that live that lifestyle with respect and understanding that, you know, the suggestion is coming from a place of love. And
Yes,
you know,
and
we're not
just
trying
for
to
clarity,
destroy him.
I'm gonna be honest. And you know, I'm not disrespecting. I appreciate the accolades, but I'm gonna be real with you. I try not to talk to homosexuals, but I'm just speaking about the homosexuals that are in our families, the ones that we can't. I mean, we could technically cut them off, but I think it would be counterproductive to nation building if we cut off all the homosexuals in our family. So a lot of them we gotta have these tough discussions with. So that's the one I'm keeping it real. That's what I tell them. Like, bro, you don't gotta keep living like that. You don't gotta feel like just because you committed a sin, you have to be committed to the sin. Really, you could change your ways.
Yeah, sin is not doing good when you know to do so. And upon the arrival of the knowledge itself, without God, you know better. So you should show better. Like I said, it's written on
Yes,
your
sir.
heart, you know.
So
So
I want to ask both of you brothers a question. Is it important for Black people within the Black community to forgive other Black people that they might have had a little bit of contention with, but it wasn't that serious? And should we be more willing to have mercy on each other and go forward with good sincerity and good faith?
absolutely not. This is why God doesn't respect your love, because you can cast spells with it. You can hide behind it, pull a veil over people's eyes, cause them to go blind. So absolutely not. Once they cross you, they cross God. If you are true to God, the Most High Himself, then absolutely not. They have their karma, just like the homosexual. Their karma is already in the earth. You shall not continue to even fret with such. Don't worry with these people. They have their karma. Let them be who they're going to be. We are the lights of the world. I'm telling you, follow God, follow none other. Do not go backwards. Let them people have their karma. They
And
can't break the
my
bloodlines.
bad, bro.
They haven't broke the bloodlines off of their family, and they continuously to make the wrong decision as we go further in time. So absolutely not.
And let me cut in. Once again, I'm trying to keep all of my answers brief as possible. Respectfully, brother, I disagree. This is a virtue that I have labeled black forgiveness. Now, in my humble opinion, and this is with all due respect, and I could be wrong, but if the person didn't cross a line that we feel like warrants maybe killing them, if he didn't do that, then I feel like we could work together and forgive each other. And a lot of the times forgiveness looks like love from a distance. I ain't saying be sweet. I ain't saying, keep him around you if you think he might trespass again. But a lot of that, a grudge is a burden. So I mean, a burden is energy that could be used on more productive things that benefit our community. So in closing, just to summarize it, if the person didn't do something worth being killed over, then I mean, a lot of them grudges, we got to let them go. We got to show forgiveness.
And let's say, right, that we take that route, right? If it's conducive for y'all not to interact with each other, but we still all on the same page as far as coming together with our resources, liberating each other from jobs, creating residual income and generational wealth where we begin to own businesses and have employees and not work regular jobs as a community and improve. Obviously you don't have to hang out with them or kick it with them every day, but I think as long as we can agree on 2 or 3 things fundamentally, we can definitely improve our community. If you believe in the Bible or have faith in Christ or have an understanding of Christ and believe that he is going to come back and save everybody, that's fine too. From what I read, it says no man knoweth the hour or time. So the Bible doesn't teach people, I believe, to just sit still and not do anything about their situation or life. So, and then obviously we have brothers and sisters in Kemet and other schools of thoughts. I think really, it's not about us even hanging out with each other or kicking it with each other. It's really about us coming together with our finances and owning businesses and having legal residual income go to people's accounts to where we're just picking up money and owning businesses and not working jobs. That will free up. Once you become financially free, then as a community, we can start to establish certain celebrations and do certain things where everyone can participate. We're not all on a job. And I even think it's conducive for us to do that because then we can begin to enjoy our families a lot more.
Exactly.
So when like I hear you, right? Like I said, whether you believe me or not, I am before I am. So I took the golden egg of the earth's wealth and I took it to the sun and I trapped it in the sun's core. Literally. The earth is going to have to produce a new currency. We're not dealing with no new world order, nothing of that. Like literally. We're not dealing with, listen to me. I destroy evil at its core. We're in a deja vu process. Your body has to catch up with what the spirit has already done. I'm only jumping back in this timeline to help the people that want to go with God. And the people that don't want to go with God, they're going to choose money and all of the things that you speak of. This is not of God. These things are of jinns, marine spirits, devils, right? Some nasty, evil ancestors that shouldn't be used in an evil way. When we're talking about hoodoo and voodoo, are you familiar with spell work? Do you know what's really going on? The black man and woman cannot continue to tie themselves in something that they have never been a part of in the first place. This is why the 300 just left Trump, the generals that just left. It's because they remember World War I when they came back. And it was like, take off them uniforms, niggers, after they just fought for this country. You will be a fool to jump into bed while you got God standing literally on the panel telling you, whether you believe or not, be careful. I don't have to lie to you. I'm not here. Like I said, I'm not here for your sin. If you really want to get something, you really want to get somewhere, the beginning of knowledge and wisdom is the fear of God. This is why I said, seek ye first the kingdom of God, then all these things shall be added unto you. In ancient times, it was just knowledge itself. It's the same thing. To educate self means to extract out of yourself. Knowledge itself. What is that? Because once you go looking for God, you find yourself. And when you find yourself, you find God. Why? It's because the kingdom of heaven is within you. You are the law of correspondence. You are the law of attraction. As above, so below, as within, so without. Not my will, but thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You must bring this here. This is what we are here for. Anything of the old world is already gone. Don't attach yourself to it. I mean this to you. I have your best interest. I would not even be here right now. When I woke up 4 months ago, the Most High themselves said, do you want to go? I said, no, I need to know how many people are going through this. And I want everybody here. I'm walking around with nanites in my arm.
Excuse me, brother.
Literally.
Excuse me for one moment.
Literally. Right? So, and liquefied, coagulate in his heart. And when I let people touch it.
Excuse me for one moment, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, what's wrong with owning your own business and getting into construction, and what's wrong with going to the different industries and learning so that our dollar can circulate? I mean, what's evil about it? What's wrong about it? What's against the Most High about that?
Rothschild, who changed his name from Bauer to Rothschild, pressed money up out of thin air. That's one. Two, the reason I told you I destroyed Bitcoin is because when you follow the blueprint, there is no blueprint. When you think of the thought of Bitcoin, there is no chain. There is no blockage. It doesn't exist. So I destroyed that shit. Then we got to talk about the depth of the vanishing dollar, right? Books like Des Griffin, Descendant to Slavery, Fourth Wretch of the Rich, right? William Cooper, right? Behold the Pale Horse. You have to pay attention. The Holy Bible, any of these books. Once again, every word that is written or uttered, it exists. Extraterrestrials, aliens, multidimensional beings, all of this exists inside the mind of man. You don't want to go with the old world. I've already destroyed it. Listen to what I'm telling you. You already know about the depth of the dollar. You already know about Ibrahim Traore and the gold, what they did to Muammar Gaddafi with the gold dinar. You know this history. Don't jump into the bed of a vanishing country. Literally, I just stopped the POFIS from destroying this shit because it's like in the story of life. If it's 10 there, would you save it? Absolutely. Absolutely. If it's just 5 people, I save it.
All right, sir.
But that's the only reason why America is standing right now is because of the people that are here that love God. All things work out for the greater good of those that love God.
Interrupting you, brother, but I gotta ask right now. When you, so are you saying that you guys
Yes, you have never seen the Most High Father walking the earth. And the reason I say that I'm Christ is because I want the people to know you killed my son, and you had to know that I was going to come down this bitch for their ass.
So when you
My
hold on,
people
brother, I
don't believe that I exist. They have taken every book.
I got a few questions now, brother. So is your position that you're the God of the Bible, sir?
Yes.
The Most High.
I am the Most High. I'm the living oracle of Ra. I'm the physical manifestation of my mother, Ma'at. Absolutely. I'm telling you the truth. I got power over heaven and hell right now. This is why I just put a video up telling the people why I try not to get angry, because I can get very angry, but when I get angry, I cause Armageddon in this bitch. And I don't want to do that. Some of y'all are not ready. You're not ready. You are not ready right now. Your heart is not pure. Your heart is not clean. You do not know that perfect practice makes practice perfect.
You answered my first question. Cool. What brought you to the conclusion that you're the Most High God of the Bible?
The Most High God came to me himself 4 months ago. I just told you I got nanites in my arm right now, right?
But how can you be him if he came to you?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Ancestors, everybody. I wanted to leave. I found out my wife was an Eastern Star for 15 years. Put me in a mental hospital for 2 days and a half. Shot me up with these nanites to keep track of me because they knew who I was. Right now in Detroit, that star that everybody talking about is directly over my house.
Brother, you are not the Most High God, brother. I mean that with the utmost respect.
Once again, listen to this.
You couldn't.
This is someone that has. Hold on, real quick. Brother, this is somebody that has your best interest, that cares about you.
I'll let you speak, beloved. Excuse me for interrupting. I gotta say this, and then I'll let you speak. Brother, you are not the Most High God that created everything and all things in the universe, galaxy, and on Earth, brother. That is not.
Now watch this.
Go ahead.
Now, hold on. Watch this though. Can you wholeheartedly 100% say that that's true? Because that's gonna make you a liar. You are a liar.
That you're not the Most High God, all-knowing. I mean, nothing can kill, destroy.
Yes.
You was in the beginning. You created the galaxy, the elements.
I just told you. See, the only thing you ever heard was "I am that I am." I just taught you that I am before I am. Brother, I am the living logos.
God, brother.
Yes, I am the living logos. I am the first utterance of the word.
You are not the Most High God, brother.
Listen to me.
All right.
Are you lying right now? Hold on.
Brother,
can you say that 100%? I want to show you what karma and judgment is.
Do you
can't
have
say that
concerning the topic, brother? I've been very patient with you, beloved.
I'm not. Listen, no man run me. Do you understand? No man tells me. The best thing you can do is kick me out of here. But I keep telling you my word. Listen, I don't work for you. I work for the Most High.
Karima,
my father and my mother. I don't work for you. You can't listen to me, brother. What you listen to me? I'm trying to let me calm down. So what I'm doing,
brother,
who I am,
brother,
you hold on now. You gave me some respect, and I just tried to show you, like, let me calm myself down. Maybe I'm please,
brother. This is a show that Karima allowed me to host today, brother. So
no, it's all fine. It's fine and dandy. But whether she let you allow to host or not, I just told you who I am. Now I told you obedience is better than sacrifice.
See, hold on.
No, obedience is better,
brother.
Yeah,
brother.
hold on. Hold on. The brother has this panel. He's trying to speak. Allowing you to speak on the platform.
No, he keep.
Hold on. Because he's trying
to. Yo. When I.
Yeah. Go ahead. Continue, because we ain't got time for all that.
So thank you, Kareem. Concerning the topic at hand, right? A brother that believes in Christianity or the Bible, because he was quoting a lot of the Bible and saying a lot of stuff that's in the biblical text. I mean, I would have looked for him to read some of the statutes and commandments that he might deem to be that will improve the Black community, like loving your neighbor as yourself, and then understanding that your neighbor initially is the children of your people, or talking about, I mean, if he would have brought something out of the Bible or something like that, family, concerning the topic, then I would have had a little bit more patience with him. But and Christians can come up, Israelites can come up and speak. We want our brothers and sisters from the theological communities to come up and talk. The Muslim brothers and sisters can speak, but I just didn't get the sense that he was really trying to bring anything that would help improve us right now. He wouldn't. I mean, he didn't read no scriptures. He didn't quote anything concerning the diet or morality. So I think for us, I mean, we may not necessarily have to all be seeing everybody every day, but we do need to definitely come together financially to free up time for brothers and sisters to be able to travel or play an instrument. I mean, our brothers and sisters have a lot of passions, enjoy their family. I want to see my people not working jobs and enjoying their families and our traditions and us thriving as a community. So I think it's important for us to have 2 or 3 things that we're going to agree on that don't have anything to do with our particular ideologies or what we subscribe to. And I think one of them definitely is, I mean, at the very least, we need to come together financially, and everything else will work itself out after that. You know, obviously, I believe there are some things morally that we should adopt as Black people. I think we should start training our children to maintain their virginities at least to about 19 or 20, based on what we went through recently concerning what's been pushed on our communities with the hypersexual culture, so to say. It would be good to teach our young men to have discipline and have emotional intelligence, and then ultimately having a form of spiritual intelligence as well, and having a discipline to establish things that you need and do things that's more conducive to your mental health, to your physical health, and to your well-being and your overall success. So there are some things from a moral standpoint that I think we should definitely practice, you know, making sure that when our young men and young women come together in a relationship or in an agreement or a marriage, that our young men have resources and our young women have their youth. And I do think it's important for us to start teaching our daughters to maintain their virginities until they find a man that they want to marry. And I think it's important to teach our sons to maintain their virginity until they have resources, until they have the emotional intelligence, until they have the physical attributes to defend and be the best husband and father that they can possibly be. I want our sisters to have the opportunities to be the best mothers and sisters that they can possibly be, you know, concerning entrepreneurship. You know, the Bible says that a virtuous woman make work with her hands, just coming from my community's perspective as an Israelite. So I think our sisters need to embrace the fact that the Most High is definitely for you being an entrepreneur. You know, not to be an independent individual, but to do it for the conduciveness of the Black community. The brothers need to establish a brotherhood and a love for each other where we wouldn't allow another brother to struggle. We need to make sure that when our sons turn 18, 19, and 20, that they got $2,000 or $3,000 in their account, that they own a couple of properties, and that they have the resources. And I would even argue we should have our young men wait till they're about 23 to 24 to take a wife, so that they can come into their physical strength and power to protect their family, and so that we give them plenty of time to develop the spiritual intelligence and the emotional intelligence and the resources required to be the best husband they can be and the best version of themselves, the best brother that they can be, you know, the best protector of the community that they can be. You know, our young men and concerning the time we live in, it's important for our young men and our young women to be trained in the martial arts family. So it is important for us to have an understanding of what to do standing in a fight, as well as what to do in the event it turns into a wrestling match or a grappling match. So I think it's important for us as men and women actually to pick a couple of styles, one that teaches you to fight standing up and one that teaches you to fight on the ground. I think we need to gather our different martial arts instructors that specialize in jiu-jitsu and judo and boxing and come together to train our community. You see what I'm saying? When you have numbers and you have training, you become an impenetrable wall. You know, you become like the juggernaut off of X-Men, man. Nothing can, you just can become indestructible when you can build those type of traits and have those type of practices and fundamentally change our culture in a way where everybody gonna be on notice on the planet. Okay, we got somebody new on the panel. What's your name?
Afro-Asiatic. Salamu, brother. Peace to you.
Peace to you, beloved. You got the floor. What can we do to improve the Black community? What are things that can improve our community?
Yeah, I can't disagree with much of what you just said as far as organizing economically as well as PT, physical training. I come from a background where I was raised in the Nation of Islam, so I know the importance and the emphasis of physical training, um, organization, group economics, things of that nature. You know what you just said, brother. Not the other brother, but what you just said. Much of it I can't disagree with. And in the Nation of Islam, we have always been taught that we are the children of Israel. So I definitely see eye to eye with many Hebrew Israelites, even though there are some differences in the doctrines. For the most part, I agree. You know, coming from my point of view, I think our people should also pay a healthy amount of attention to what's going on in West Africa now with those Western states of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso decolonizing. Um, they are decolonizing, they are de-dollarizing, and positioning themselves to be able to take over their resources. And they're actually doing so. And they have invited African Americans through ADDI, which is the African Diaspora Development Institute. They have invited African Americans to invest, as well as some of our people attended the ADDI in Burkina Faso.
Man, that's heavy. We were talking about that brother earlier today, actually, on the phone.
I was just saying
You know, so is it imperative
Hey,
for us to come together with a sense of urgency to take advantage of an opportunity like that? You know, the things that some of the things I was talking about, some of the things that the other brother mentioned. I believe his name was Mulatto Activist. Is it important for us to feel that sense of urgency and start establishing our cities and coming together financially and economically, and then getting that discipline that's required of us to be a great partner with that brother in Burkina Faso, are just for us to be formidable and ready, where, you know, we're very well learned. We're learned in science, engineering, technology, mathematics. We start getting into linguistics. I really think we should go the direction of having the most interesting man in the world type of traits. You know, we need to start establishing excellence as fun for us and a standard, and it's easy for us to be the best because we don't waste time with things that are not conducive for us. So I think it's time for us to put down being fans of the 49ers and the Lakers and all of these other things. And I think we need to get serious ASAP and drop all recreation. I think we need to make it an everyday thing for us to practice chemistry, science, engineering, technology. We should be practicing English, math, and the fundamentals of science with our children every single day. We should be training them in the martial arts. We should be talking about their behavior. We need to stop greeting each other with the N word and using it as a term of endearment. It's time for us to become classic and brilliant again.
yeah, I can't agree with you enough, brother. As far as Renaissance, man, that's one thing about our people. Even though, even coming over here, when we look at the early, a lot of the slaves, well, a lot of them that were Muslim, they were known to be erudite. To as far as the slave master saw them, meaning that they were well versed in a range of knowledge. They were very knowledgeable to the point that the brother was talking about earlier. Yeah, I guess you could say knowledge of self and knowledge of a variety of topics, but they described them as erudite. But a lot of them historically I see as a lot of those people that came over here on the slave ships were initially a lot of them were Hebrew, and a lot of them converted to Islam. And we see that in historical record. We see that with the overlap of Moors and Israelites in northern Africa and going into Spain and the Iberian Peninsula. Actually, the first astrolabe is the device that you use to navigate. It's a circular device, like on a that turns, and you use that to navigate the waters. The astrolabe is inscribed with Arabic and Hebrew, so it shows that our people were there. They were dealing with these instruments that allowed the European to venture out into the Atlantic and explore the Americas. But our people had that knowledge first. I think we do need to get back to that. Very serious about STEM. We saw Japan after Japan was bombed in the 40s after World War II. Japan mobilized their people with STEM initiative, and we see the results of that today. Japan rose in technology. I agree with you, bro, on that STEM. We need that.
Yeah, man. I think we need the technology. We need the engineering. We need the construction. We need the agriculture, and it needs to be on one accord as one moving entity as opposed to individuals that are successful among us. I think it allows our dollar to circulate a lot longer in our communities. And I am a Bible believing Israelite, but the Bible never told me to just stand around and do nothing. So the scriptures don't say it's anything wrong with us doing any of the things that we're talking about right now. And yeah, brother, I know our people invented hip hop. I know our people invented rap, but based on where it has gone, how we don't have a true inheritance in it as a people, I think it's time for us to let it go just because of the negative connotation that comes with it, the messaging in it. And don't get me wrong, I'm from South Central Los Angeles. I was born in 1985. Bro, I used to be listening to Mac 10 4 Live on the way to elementary school.
Yes,
Like
sir.
on the way to elementary school, I knew about Snoop Dogg, all of that. Unfortunately, the things that we talk about in those songs are very destructive to our minds, and it's not a positive message. It's a message of destruction and chaos and everything that will destroy an ethnic group of people. And we gotta. It's time for us to go back to being the most learned men, how we used to be in Europe, for example, like you mentioned. A lot of people don't know that a lot of the Black Moors and a lot of the Black Hebrews in Europe were the most learned men of the time. They were the ones that could speak the Latin, the Greek, the Hebrew. These were your actual translators of the King James Version of the Bible, due to contrary belief. So we do need to go back to being excellent. I seen a brother in the UK that was singing opera, and the brother was brilliant the way he was singing opera and playing the piano, attesting to a lot of the regal things we used to do before all of these captivities took place. But our people are a brilliant and classy people, and I think it would be in our best interest, conducive, and it would help improve the Black community if we decided to have the discipline to make that uncomfortable fundamental change and stop doing those things.
Yes, sir. I always, I always myself, excuse me, I always make a distinction between hip hop culture that is organic, that belongs to our people, that came from our people, and hip hop industry that we see today. What we see with hip hop today is industrialization. And we know with industrialization, we get a template. And a template basically gives you the same thing over and over again. And ever since these false Jews have taken over hip hop, that's all we have gotten was this same template, this cycle of marketing violence and the over exploitation of our women. We just get that same template over and over. That's that industrialized Ashkenazi hip hop industry right there, in my opinion. That's distinct from the culture that our people produce, that is authentic and is organic and about our people's expression of themselves and resistance to oppression, speaking truth to power. We know how Cool and the Gang started out. They was showing us and giving us the visuals of a decimated Bronx, after crack and heroin and, the dysfunction that was created by the U.S. government. By the way, COINTELPRO, CIA, FBI, we know the list of actors involved, but I don't rock with the industrialized hip hop, but I love hip hop music. I love our culture, like you said, bro. I agree with you, man. That's my perspective on that right there too. Basically, I agree with you.
Now, when you say hip hop culture, not the small hats polluting what we created, right? Are you referring to like the pioneers and the conscious rap before it became this message of destruction?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
see what you're saying, and I think the parts of our history that are not degrading or belittling or objectifying us or promoting us hating our brothers and not respecting our women, that part of it, those things we obviously shouldn't keep, right? But the parts of hip hop and the parts of the things that we created that we can still hold on to and keep and gain ownership of, we should keep those things. But I think our people are brilliant. I think we could start a new genre of music. Honestly, I don't think it's nothing we can't do as a people. And I think this time around, we need to start it in a way where we own it and everything that came with it, as opposed to all of these other groups of people making millions of dollars off of hip hop, and they never really lived in the Bronx, or they never lived in South Central, or they don't they're not the people who created it who should be receiving the royalties and the residuals of it
They not
of
like
what it's
us.
become. Hip
They
hop
not
has
like
become an
us, bro.
economic superpower in itself.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to quote Kendrick Lamar. They not like us, really.
So, brother, I want us to I just want us to, the stuff that we created that we don't have the power to get back. I know it would hurt to let those things go for some of us, but I think it's necessary. I think it's conducive, for us to do whatever's in our best interest in self-preservation. I think our people need to go and massively enroll in culinary art school. And I think our people need to open up Chinese food spots and Mexican food spots and Indian food spots with a thorough education in culinary arts. This is another way that we can allow the dollar to circulate in our community. I think we should send teams of brothers and sisters to go and learn construction so that we have teams of brothers and sisters that can build houses. We need to send teams of brothers and sisters to these different places where we could control the dollar stand with us and establish those industries among ourselves for ourselves. And it's an uncomfortable change, but it's necessary and it's conducive for our community. I think it would be in our best interest to go that direction.
And it's another bullet point that I really can't stop harping on enough. That is West Africa right now. I know y'all said y'all was talking about it earlier, but I don't think that our people, with all the things going on in politics here in America, a lot of our people, I don't think, are really paying enough attention to those Africans who are actually blood related to us if we follow genetics. A lot of our people were taken from that area. But what is going on in West Africa right now is beautiful, in my opinion. To see Africans today de-dollarizing, taking over their resources, actually, I think it's right in step with the books, with the Bible and the Quran. As far as it being at the end of a 6,000 year rule of the devil, as we're taught in Islam and the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that we are at the end of a 6,000-year-old rule of the devil. And National Geographic actually supports the narrative that modern Europeans didn't come on the planet until 6,000 years ago. And which is consistent with the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that we are now entering into the 7,000 year going into this new millennium. And we see all of the destabilization and upheaval of European rule on the planet. It's being challenged, at least European Western rule that has been the most exploitive, the most brutal towards African and indigenous people. Just interesting times I think we live in, bro. Number of things going on. Trump administration. I believe there's a war going on inside the government between white people. I don't know. I'm not under the assumption that either side loves us in any genuine way. Our people have only received default benefits in this society. In other words, second class. But I think we can benefit more if we can position ourselves to take advantage of what's going on in Africa right now. They have made the offer to us, It's just up to us, I guess, what we want to put our attention on and what we want to choose to engage in and centralize our resources, in my opinion.
I think it's something that we should not just pursue, but prepare ourselves to pursue it in a way where we bring an excellent skill set to the table. I think we need to get in the habit of winning, producing results, and having the behavior required, the discipline required. I know the term emotional intelligence is very popular on YouTube and TikTok now, but I would go a step further to say that it's time for Black people to display a spiritual intelligence. Where we have the discipline to do whatever is necessary to do what's conducive for us as a people. So for us to be able to go and take advantage of those opportunities in Africa, I think it's time for us to become the very best version of ourselves, and not just go with potential anymore, but let's let that potential grow into the talent that we know we have to win, period. To not have our brothers and sisters going to other groups of people for help. I think we need to be more aware of our children walking the streets. I feel better about us being on one accord, and I feel better about our children being trained in the martial arts, being trained in weapons. I feel better about us having safety practices where we make sure that there are groups of adults nearby to jump in front of our kids whenever any of these supremacists attempt to try to destroy us. I think it is time for us to put all recreation to the side and get serious and understand that the day is coming where we will have to be pilgrims in the earth and have relationships, not just in Africa, but probably all over the planet, concerning herbs and remedies to heal one's body. A lot of our people suffer from a lot of different things. So I think it's time for us to, as a race of people, start taking diet into consideration and what we're consuming. I know it's very conducive to have different berries, melons, juicing your ginger, juicing your turmeric, different herbs to keep the body healthy, drinking organic teas and things of that nature. Those things are important for us concerning cell regeneration, maintaining great health. We want to have good, healthy numbers. We need brothers and sisters to come together and reproduce and build more excellent people at the top of their game, the very best. I think it's time for us to establish excellence as the standard and requirement. Excellency needs to become an average thing to us. We need to expect, display, and always stand on excellence as a people. Okay, we got somebody else up here right now. What's your name, brother?
It's JT. I'm still listening.
Okay, we got Mr. JT. You got anything to say?
Nope.
So I think us having, we don't necessarily have to be at each other's house all the time, but it is important for us to have strong communities to protect ourselves even. A lot of times when somebody's looking to attack somebody, they're looking to isolate them. You don't see people in groups together get attacked like that. So I think it's conducive for our safety to even come together economically, to change our behavior, to change the fundamental principles of Black American culture. I think it is important for us to get into science. You know, I don't agree with everything Vivid Ramaswamy said, but he told some truths to America that they wasn't even really ready to hear, about how, you know, America does reward to a certain degree coolness and what they say is hip and in, as opposed to rewarding your engineers or your scientists or your chemists or the people that help propel technology and push things forward and push for greatness and excellence. We don't celebrate our spelling bee champions. We're not celebrating our science fair winners. We're not celebrating our brothers and sisters who are historically scholarly even before going to college. We're not, the brilliance is not, brilliance and morality is not celebrated in our community. So that's definitely something that needs to change fundamentally. We need to start celebrating brilliance. We need to start celebrating morality. We need to start encouraging and teaching and instilling these things in our children coming up. You know, I'm a Ravens fan. My basketball team is the Lakers. But right now, my people own less than 1% of the wealth in America. I don't got no goddamn time to be watching Lamar Jackson or LeBron James and Luka Doncic. I don't have time for that right now. My kids need to understand chemistry for show, for show. The other children of my race need to understand it. Me and my wife need to understand it. Everybody on this panel needs to understand it. Black people, this is a state of emergency for real. We have to become the scientists. We have to become the doctors. We have to become the police officers. We have to become the soldiers. We have to become the chemists. You know, we have to become the farmers. We got to become all of these things to allow our dollar to continue to move in our community where it stays with us longer than 10 seconds. All right, we got somebody new on the panel. What's your name, brother or sister?
Yeah, just maybe while they get themselves together, I just wanted to comment to what you said about the farming and cultivating of the soil. That's a big principle when we read the Torah. That's what a lot of what Noah was about the cultivation of the vine and agriculture. And we definitely know with Father Abraham, it was pastoralism, you know. So these principles exist in the Torah. I think it's just a matter of how we're being taught Torah, how we're being taught Bible, how we're being taught Quran, because it throughout both texts we see the industries or the subsistence strategies of agriculture, uh, pastoralism, and even metallurgy we see. But these are principles that undergird civilization and economy. But if we keep getting taught through the Eurocentric lens, they're not going to point out these principles that are there that really tell us that we need to be engaged in economy. We need to be engaged in agriculture, pastoralism, meaning control of and your sustenance and how you feed your people, you know. So that's a big part of the theological discussion that I think is really underexploited. We don't talk about that enough. That the book is filled with agriculture, it's filled with pastoralism, it's filled with metallurgy. These are principles that undergird civilization and economy. I agree with you.
You get a garden going with some good stuff, with good apples. You get you a couple apple trees. You got your celery. You see, when you eat these things, going on like fructose diets where you're eating melons and berries and you're drinking root juices that are juiced down, you'll start to reverse the structure of your cells. A lot of these chronic illnesses that a lot of our people are suffering from will start to reverse and change. Our brothers and sisters' bodies will start to regenerate if we show the discipline to eat what's most conducive for our bodies. The brothers and sisters that we have suffering from some of these ailments, we need to get them on a fructose diet ASAP. You know what I'm saying? Where we got the different berries feeding the body oxygen, and then we got the melons hydrating with minerals, and then you got the roots strengthening the nerves, right, making the immune system stronger, reducing the ginger down. So it's a lot of things that we can do to improve the Black community, to improve self-preservation, to improve longevity within our lives, even for us to enjoy our families. It's a reason why I'm so passionate about this particular message that I have for Black people. It's time for us to get serious and put all recreation to the side. And it's time for us to go to the different institutions of education and master whatever it takes for us to circulate our dollar in our community the longest and have self-sufficiency and not rely on the other groups of people, and be in a position where we don't have to be at jobs, or we don't have to stress over this. Oh, me and my family is up, but I see 2 or 3 other brothers and their families and they're down. So we don't get to enjoy the holidays. We don't get to enjoy our particular customs and practices because we don't have this unification that's required. You see what I'm saying? Because it is going to require us to agree and unify. Even though people always say, well, you can't get everybody to unify. That Black people, that got to stop being your attitude. That they have to, okay, you want to go back and work, you want your kids to work jobs? You want to work jobs and be disrespected by all the other people who don't appreciate the fact that your ancestors had whips cracked on their back so they could come to a place and become a doctor and run from the situation they probably was in? We still want to live this type of life.
Exactly. That's the test of our generation, to see can we, in my opinion, to see can we overcome this one being Muslim, this one being Hebrew, this one being atheist, this one being Zoroastrian, or whatever it may be. Can we overcome those differences and recognize that if we don't unify, even in spite of our differences in these doctrines or whatever it may be, if we don't unify, we are going to pass on a harder struggle to our children. If we don't come to the point in our minds where we know that we got to suppress all these differences and be able to form interfaith councils, inter-organizational councils like they've done in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, we need to do things like that, form interfaith councils that are about action and move forward. Because if we don't do it, that's what the Europeans did when they sat down and they did the Berlin Conference. They sat down, they set their differences aside, and they made a strategy on how they was going to take over Africa and Latin America. And they divided up Africa. They sat down. But not to say that we need to have a colonial mindset. That's not the mindset we want, but it's the unity that we're after. It's just no other way around it, in my opinion, respectfully.
I mean, concerning self-preservation, it's a must. Or are you gonna perish? You're gonna be little pockets of individuals around the world going up against nations. So I used to tell the brother that was a Moor all the time, look, man, bring me King David, bring Amun-Ra, bring the Spanish Moor Jew, and bring the atheists and all of them. You go get some water, you figure out how to get electricity. We need you to learn how to farm, and we need you to figure out how to build a rocket ship. The stuff that we need to thrive as a community does not get in the way of our ideologies as Israelites, as Kemetic brothers, as Moors. The Israelites can go to construction school. The Moors can go there. The Kemetic brothers can go there, and we can get running Blackfoot and the Aboriginal brothers, Indian asses, up in there too. And they need to learn how to make something so we can have something. It's not getting in the way of that.
That's a fact, bro. One thing, quick short story, right? I work with in a professional capacity. I work with a lot of young Black men. Quite a few of them are from the street. They're gangbangers. Some of them are gangbangers. They come from different sets. The fact that we work together and they getting money together suppresses all the bullshit with the sets. They don't beef in the workspace. They don't even think about it because they happy because they making good money. You know what I mean? So once we can eliminate, in my opinion, once we can eliminate the economic stress, the stress of having nothing in your pocket. You know what I mean? That's nobody's happy with no money in their pocket, But because a lot of these young brothers is making good money, in the industry that we're in, they're not thinking about what set he come from, what set he come from. Do he bang to the left? Do he bang to the right? Nobody thinking about that. Everybody coming in that building, they get paper and feed their families. You know what I mean? So it boils down a lot of our dysfunction. I think it boils down to poverty, lack of education, of course, but I think it's a lot of economic issues there. You know.
And to solve those economic issues within our community, it allows us to be able to heal from everything else that has destroyed us over the last 500 or 600 years, brother. It gives us the opportunity to work on detoxing from some of those traumas that we inherited through epigenetics. It gives us the opportunity to focus on bringing our kids up different. We have the financial capital to not be worried about certain things. Having those international friendships is very important too, and you got to have capital to do that. And for people to want to do business with you, it's a better look for us to be an intact, moral, wise, disciplined, and sharp people, not individuals, but a people. That's important. So it's important for us to make the uncomfortable fundamental changes. I gotta
Yeah,
learn. I might have to go and learn how to set up an electrical panel. I might be a part of the team of brothers that hits the construction school. I might be a part of the team of brothers that go out and learn the different martial arts so we can make sure our people can
hmm
fight standing up and on the ground. We need to set it. Excellence needs to become a normal thing with us.
that's right. We need the nerds and the gangsters, for real. Because in my opinion, respectfully, I reading different texts. I know that European intelligence agencies perceive the gangs as paramilitary organizations. That's what it says in the back of Dark Alliance, written by Gary Webb, that according to the NSA, they classify street organizations as paramilitary, meaning that they have military potential, but they're just loosely organized, but they have some military aspects. We have a military, but we just have young men who are undisciplined and not very well trained, but we see they are active. They are definitely active because we are active out here in these battlegrounds, in these streets. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily good, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, to some degree, But a lot of these brothers are becoming accustomed to structure and familiar with different terminology. But it's potential there for growth, you know what I mean? And to become something positive. I don't never look at our people and think a segment of our population needs to be thrown away. I always look for the good, and I see a lot of good in the young brothers that I work with, that come from the street culture. You know what I mean? I don't accept what CNN and Fox News has to say about a gangbanger because I know gangbangers as human beings. You know what I mean? And I'm not romanticizing nothing. I'm not doing that. But these are human beings. They got families, they got children, they got wives, they got, mothers, people that love them and they love those people, I think a lot of times people get caught up in these catchphrases and not realize, we're talking about human beings, they're still our brothers and sisters out there, and that's the perspective I come from. I was just so thrown off when I seen a brother come up here and the things that he was talking about, I just wanted to, try to come and add on something, with a little more, hopefully a little bit of substance. Thank you too, Sister for Karima. Of course, as always, for letting me add on. I got to jump off and finish up this dinner, you know. But I appreciate y'all. So it's a pleasure to meet you too, brother. What's your handle, bro? Swarthy.
I
Yeah.
went with Saint Swarthy because a lot of the Hebrews during the Dark Ages in Europe had that distinctive name. A lot of the Jacobites had the name Swarthy to describe their complexion.
Oh
So
yeah.
I noticed all the Israelites in Europe, when they did rule in Europe, a lot of them had Saint by their name.
Mhm. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's another that's another good conversation. We going back to Saint Maurice, man. But I got to get off and finish this dinner up. A lot of saints, though. It was too many saints for it to just to be attributed to one man. That's all the Saint Maurices that was all over the place. It was
Hey,
different brothers.
Afro-Asiatic brother Saint Maurice be having the historians tap dancing live on Broadway.
Yes,
Man, they
sir.
talk about him and all them pitch black images of him just magically fell out
Oh
of the sky in France, and they don't know how he got there, and all them
man.
paintings and statues. Boy, Saint Maurice is so swarthy. All you can see is them yellow teeth and them pink lips when you look at that statue.
That's right.
Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. Salamu, assalamu alaikum, to the panel. Shalom. Thank y'all for letting me build. Always appreciate it, Sister Karima. Thanks a lot. Thank you too, bro.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up. All right. We got mulatto rights activists back.
Peace, family.
Peace. You got the
And,
floor. Go ahead, brother.
and I'm not sure if y'all about to end the stream, but I just wanted to come back and let it be known I appreciate you all having me up. I had to drop down actually because I was in the grocery market, but this was a powerful build today. Is y'all about to is the stream about to be ended? Is that what's going on?
Karima, we can go ahead and we can all close out right now and end the stream. I wanted to take the time to thank Karima for allowing me to come and speak on the platform. I wanted to apologize to everybody because Karima done put me on the schedule like 5 times and I done no call, no show. So I want to thank her for being gracious and not firing me from the Lions ticket and putting me back on the schedule. I wanted to thank her so much for being patient with me because she's been very patient with me coming on and doing a video and a lesson. And we are going to end the stream. I wanted to thank mulatto rights activists for coming up, Afro-Asiatic for coming up, everybody who came up and spoke, everybody in the chat who left very powerful comments. Thank you all so much. And I am going to see if I can reach out to Karima and do another show like this with maybe a different topic. But it's nice to have an open panel. And if it's too many of us on the panel, then we'll have to go down to using a minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes. But that's my closeout. Peace and blessings, everybody. Go ahead, brother, if you have anything else to say.
Yes, and I appreciate you passing me the mic. Once again, much love to Sister Karima. Much love to the brother Saint Swarthy. And I just want to reiterate what I said earlier to the Black Americans and the mulatto Americans listening. Really, to anyone that is a descendant of the founders of the U.S., if you don't report all potential illegal aliens to ICE and you don't fight for a moratorium on immigration to the U.S., your descendants will grow up as minorities outnumbered by foreigners in their own country. So we must preserve Black American and mulatto American communities, and there's no way that we can do that if we continue to turn a blind eye to immigration. And that's my closing. And much love to the chat. Much love to the panelists once again. Much love.
All right, peace, brother. Thank you so much. Very powerful. Very well said. Black people, wake up. All right, Sister Karima, you there?
Yeah, baby Hebrew, I think you want to say something. He coming up.
All right, family, peace and blessings, everybody. Sister, we can end the show.
Oh no. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You probably can't hear me. Baby Hebrew, you coming up? If you can hear.
U.S. Dr. U.S.
Baby Hebrew.
Yeah, don't end it, man. Yo, we got plenty. There's so much more we can definitely go into if you're game. But
Oh, that's Brother Malachi. Let's get it. All right, Malachi, you
yeah,
got the
let's
floor.
get it.
We can keep
No,
going.
no, because I've been listening. I've been choosing to listen to being in the comment section and everything else. But yo, this discussion is powerful. Okay, and you definitely hit the nail on the head about it's one nucleus with multifaceted aspects of a tech that we have to engage in. Okay, we always come with the whole spiritual analysis, biblical analysis, but now we got to go into the rudiments, of what the Bible incorporates as the living points while we're in this physical dimension of time and space, which is, of course, our political, social, economic, and military, day-to-day operations and how we focus. See, it's clear, as one of the previous commenters said, under the United States government, under the entire and all other intelligentsia agencies that we always talk about, on different incarnations and shows in the Lions Den. Listen, we understand that under COINTELPRO, we understand that all these other nations have put in a deliberate blockade. But now, as you said, Brother Swarthy, and other previous speakers have said, we really now have to take up the mantle of action, because charting out our own piece of the world pie and the world government, if we claim to be the children of Israel, if we claim to be the Lord's chosen people, in reference to ruling and controlling and regulating this entire planet Earth and universes and probably dimensions not known to us at this time, to regulate them under the laws and the commandments of the Bible, then you're right, Swarthy. You're absolutely right. We must reclaim and retake all the aspects that we had, that certain factions of our people, because we got to look at the fact in order for all these things to manifest now once and for all, we really need to get rid of all the sabotagers and interlopers who have deliberately been a poison in our medicine, and a poison pill in our business endeavors. Okay, see, let's not we have to look at what happened when we had Black Wall Street, Rosewood, Seneca Village, and so many other areas of prosperity that we built in this country while looking to reclaim who we were as children of Israel, since this country doesn't want to let us go. See, now the time has come. We can no longer, try to pass the buck of responsibility, try to look the other way. This is one of the other aspects of this attack, that we have to get to that nucleus of us reestablishing who we are. Our now moral compass needs to be fixed too. See, in order to get this ball rolling, recall they broke our moral compass as well. So all this degenerate behavior that we allowed other cultures to put upon us deliberately. There was a time being uninformed, ill-informed, dumb, stupid was looked down upon. It was a shameful thing. But through the 80s and the whole Simpsons culture, Bart Simpson in particular, all of a sudden the Beavis and Butthead generation being cool, it was dumb to be cool. It was dumb to be ignorant. It paid.
Right. The Simpsons generation. Bart teaching the young brothers that watch The Simpsons that it's acceptable and cool to be a terrorizer of a kid.
Absolutely. See, all this stuff we now have to reject. Even now with the sexy reds and all these who actually are indeed talented, but according to this society and their takeover, the liar Cohens and some of the other what's his name again, the Jimmy Iovine's and so many others who control our entertainment and what we're listening to. We have to now reverse that. It's the Meg Thee Stallions who are actually talented. We gotta now nip that in the bud about what we will accept as entertainment. See, I'm not about trying to destroy the code of artistic licensing, which governs and rules in the area of creation and from a song, from your singing, your poetry, and all these and all the other aspects of creation. But now, when do we put the brakes on this artistic licensing once it goes into pornography, goes into degeneracy and immorality, and pushed upon our people in imagery as being something cool, but yet the fallout of continual broken homes, fathers not being on point, mothers not being on point, because they don't want to deal with the reality. Once you get past the imagery of, being able to be sexually free, doing your thing, but the pain of responsibility as far as raising your children. See, all these things we have to corral, eradicate, and bring back where we were taught while in school. We were taught educate, sex educate. We were taught the responsibilities. We were taught home economics. See, recall, all these things were being taught to our former generation. That's how they were able to be successful. And it was but because we had certain people among us who allowed interlopers and those who interfered with our progress to come in and destroy it. That's why we're where we're at right now.
And Malachi, I just want to say, Malachi, the importance of us establishing the virtue and returning to having those moralities to go with the arts, right? We need to be back playing the saxophone, playing the harp, playing the piano. Our people are creative enough to start a whole new genre of music. I do think we need to return back to carrying ourselves with virtue and class and positivity, having those activities set up where we're participating in fine art. We're doing clay pottery. We're doing different things as far as meditations and stretches to help ease the mind, and sometimes just meditate on clearing the mind, purifying the heart, as the Bible would say, or getting your spirit purified, purging a lot of those things that have destroyed us out of our minds and replacing them with positive and calm activities to help build one's mental strength and to ultimately bring rest to brothers and sisters' souls. We should be doing gatherings together where we take acrylic paint and do paintings. We should be having times where we drink herbal teas. We should be coming together and doing activities that promote positivity and that promote us having healthy relationships with each other and having neighborly relationships with each other, loving thy neighbor as thyself. We need to get back to that, family.
No doubt. And see again, by identifying the destroying elements, okay, of all these qualities that we once had. That's how, and then not only identifying them, now eradicating them once and for all, getting rid of them. Because see, look at the moves that are being made right now. With this, it's clear this administration that we see right now, where Elon Musk is actually the president of the United States of America. Okay? And the moves he's making, the dangerous moves he's making, I'm going to add, it is clear, it is absolutely paramount that we understand, Black America and other factions of the nation of Israel. Okay, I know there's some who don't believe in the 12 tribe chart, and that's fine, that's your business, got it. But I'ma still hold to it because I see the commonality in certain areas. Once I get past my personal bigotries, listen, look. It is clear that white America no longer can support itself. So that's why this discussion that you're having right now, Brother Swarthy, is needed. And clearly, again, white America can no longer support itself. As the brother who was here previously just said, you have right now different factions of white folks at war against themselves, as the Bible said it would be. So a house divided is destined to what? Fall. So if their own house is divided, why they're trying to come for us? It is paramount now. Every last one of us listening. Some of you may be more economically knowledgeable, what have you. It's time for you to get on your A game. We're on our communications game, being able to come in here and have this conversation. And I'm hoping, like I always espouse the 7 eyes on the conversation continues, that I'm hoping that I'm influencing someone, inspiring someone who has the qualifications to construct a business plan. Why? Inspire those who have the spiritual game and can have a strong hold on themselves where they're not given to selling out, can control themselves sexually and won't be seduced and corralled, to bring this to the fore, to bring it now to fruition. Like myself and my co-host on the conversation continues in conjunction with the 7th Dance Lady Karima. Yo, talking is over, but what we're doing, but still, this talk right here is a call to action for those of you out there who are talented. We have too many talented people, but see, what we've been taught is to be individual. I got mine, you get yours. Or whatever's yours, I'm gonna make it mine. We gotta kill that savagery too. That poison savagery that we were taught. Back in the 80s, during the Ronald Reagan administration, okay, we were taught that he who has the most toys wins. But it's not about toys. It is not about individual gathering, capitalizing off the ignorance of those around you. That's not business. It's what Malcolm X said so many
Malachi,
years ago. Volcanism.
Malachi.
Go.
Individualism in our community is death and destruction when you look at us collectively. Look at how detrimental having the individual ideology has. Look at where it's gotten us as a community.
Well, think about this, man. I forget who said it, but the gentleman made a very powerful observation. He said, "Isn't it funny that you'll have some of your boys that'll call you at the drop of a dime to go out here and roll out on somebody and possibly die for them, but they won't call you on if million money game come to them legitimately now, not criminally, legitimately. Those same boys won't call you for that. They'll call you to die for them. They'll call you to do gang banging or whatever else you might want to get into. But they won't call you if $1 million proposition comes their way and it's legitimate. They won't call you for that. So that individualism, yes, that was also a very horrible canker and
Hey,
disease.
Salakia, really brief, Malachi. I want you to continue speaking. I just want to say this real quick. I see Unbiased Sports. I saw you in the chat, Brother Ron. Please come up and bless us with some words. If we could get some more brothers and sisters from the Kemetic community, from the Moorish community. I know some brothers and sisters out there that rock with science. If we could have some Pan-African brothers and sisters come up and speak on it, because all of these things are a part of the Black community. All of these schools of thoughts, and that's the title of this video. So if I want to exhort, which means to encourage the brothers from the different schools of thoughts to come up and give us your honest opinion on what you think will help improve the Black community. Go ahead, Brother Malachi.
Right. See, here I am. I'm able to also be diplomatic in that area too. Because see, again, anymore the quote Malcolm X, like I said, I unapologetically, Brother Malcolm, and also Dr. King, but Malcolm in particular, along with Huey P. Newton, but Malcolm said it best. We're not being persecuted because of whatever nom de guerre, that's French for whatever name we choose to go by, whatever religion we choose to go by. Our commonality on why we're being persecuted at this present moment in time is because of who we are on the world stage and the threat that our Black and femininity, Black masculinity and femininity presents to this very fragile phenomenon known as white supremacy and all the other nations and everybody else who have been benefiting from our being knocked out the box, so spiritually, intellectually, emotionally, socially, politically, and economically, and militarily. But I'm diplomatic enough to be able to talk to all other people because irregardless of whether you accept being an Israelite or not, and you choose to be where you may be at in other belief, look, things are happening now where we are being pressed to come back to our own. That is how I say our differences in philosophy and belief, that got to be put to the side. The one thing we can
Malachi,
do,
Salakia, Malachi, the Bible, the laws of Mayat, Muslim, Christian, that ain't stopping nobody from going to a construction school, from becoming a nail technician, from getting into science, engineering, and technology. It's not stopping anybody from doing that.
exactly. But what is stopping us though is still that religio, to hold back, restrain. And I was just talking about this with JT Raw yesterday. We got to put down, or I want to put down my title from a spiritual standpoint. I'll put that to the side if we got an opportunity to get money. Because let's face fact, you can't make nothing happen without money. See, that's the main. We have to understand our economic game is where we're weakest at.
Solomon still did business with the other nations. King David still did business with other groups of people. The different individualities of beliefs among the Black community is actually beautiful. And because we don't agree on those 5 fundamental things that don't require us to abandon our ideology, right? That's the reason why we can't go to little Kemet town. We can't go to little Yasharala town and get the clean soul food. We can't go to little Kemet town and buy the Egyptian artifacts from the brothers and sisters because we have not come together. We can't go visit the Aboriginal towns that we have, little communities that we have set up to participate in the powwows because we won't come together on something so simple that wouldn't take any of us from our ideologies. This is the reason why we don't have little Leimert parks like in Los Angeles, which was a small black city that we had in LA. This is why we don't have provinces all over America, because we don't have enough sense to agree on something as simple as going and learning the different things that would allow our dollar to circulate and that will give us the opportunity to have our own communities. We can't even visit the uniqueness of the different schools of thoughts because we won't come together on 2 or 3 fundamental things that's conducive for us.
And yes, I agree. See, and my thing is, right, we have to understand that, listen, yo, we can't, in all actuality, we can't get this on individualism. It's the collective that we have to really take a look at. I mean, wait a minute. Cause think about it. What good is it for me if I went and was able to establish a business and get money to do so, right? And I don't have a customer base because everybody else around me is broke. But if collectively I get my money to do, let's say, mercantile, textile, and whatever else, and someone else get their money to do law, patents, and what have you, and you get your money, someone gets money to do farming, there we go. Everybody got through collective gathering of money. Here we are now. We can all keep each other afloat, because I'm gonna need, if my gift is not farming, I'm gonna need farmer Swarthy or someone else out there, who's got it going on to go get what I need. All right, and so on and so forth, and we keep each other afloat. That the collective is what. That's how it was. That's how Black Wall Street and all these other communities that we had going on were built. That's how they were established. But again, counterintelligence programming. Again, those who were poison pills and interlopers yesterday and today, we keep following their schematic. See, once we get the moral code on point, Brother Sward, some kind of moral code. Let's say you don't want to, let's say, it's not that hard to not want to steal from your brother without me having to go, thou shalt not steal. It shouldn't be that hard to understand that we shouldn't look to undermine each other and take each other out. I want to be the big kahuna and take the lion's share of the work that we all do together. It should not be that hard to understand that that cooperation is the key to being able to get things done. See, these are all rudiments already known, but we have a very serious problem today. Following someone else's ways and means that we don't implement them. That's a problem. And how do we get rid of that? How do we?
We have to be willing to make the uncomfortable change. We have to be willing to do things that are conducive, but are uncomfortable initially because we're not accustomed to doing them. When I first started practicing karate, the way that I would have to hold my hands in the fighting stance, it was uncomfortable to me because I just wasn't used to doing it. But as time went on, it became more and more comfortable to me. So, excuse me, you guys, my daughter's wilding. But practicing the things that are most conducive for us, having the discipline to master and refine them, that we need to be uncomfortable and it's an uncomfortable change that has to happen for the moral compass to come into play, for us to come together, for us to put our funds together, for us to come together with our businesses, for us to move as a unit as opposed to individuals, right? Like I was saying, the things that it takes for us to move that way, it doesn't conflict with anybody's ideology. Unless in your religion or your heritage, it's okay to be unproductive. That's the only way it's going to. That's the only way I can see you having a problem with it. It don't get in the way of nobody's ideology.
But I'm going to say this here, though. This very conversation, this very episode right now, whether you don't, that's why I had to jump on and tell you don't end it. And look at it, we now going into our hour number 2. I mean, you may want to keep this listener friendly, but yo, it's so much to unpack. But let me just say this here. This very conversation, and it's not pandering you, brother. Believe it or not, got me inspired and got me worked up. Why? Because again, with the moves that this government is making, they're actually forcing us now. I want y'all to take very serious consideration of what we are seeing happen. They're pressing us to now come back together because everyone else is coming together in their community and locking up and getting lock, stock, and barrel for their own personal gain and their own people's rise and aggrandizement. And so it's clear that, look, yeah, this country owed us reparations, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. But if we don't have that muscle to make them turn the money over, fine. Keep it. The fact that still here we are, known to be annually the biggest economic boom to this country. That means that we need to take all that money once and for all and start, as Christopher the Lawful said in the comment section, and really start doing for ourselves. And get all the naysayers, get all the saboteurs, get all these traitors of us and flunkies out the damn way. See, I'm looking at the firing of Joy Reid. I'm looking at the firing of Tiffany Cross. I'm looking at the firing of Don Lemon. All these things, these are signs. With all that bootlicking and butt kissing they did, and all that shucking and jiving, Roland Martin, all these guys did. Angela Rye, a roll call. They're getting fired. You got Jonathan Capehart out of here. Yo, that is a clear alarm of what we need to be doing. They thought all they bootlicking and cooning was going to leave them safe and secure with Master. No, Master saying, screw you niggas. We ain't like you. I mean, Nizzos. We never liked you anyway. We just used you. They really couldn't understand that no one likes a Benedict Arnold or Benedicia Arnold. If we can these fools really thought they were safe. Where they and look at the fact that all across the board they firing high position Negroes under that using that DEI crap. All those bootlicks. So if showing, and now they all crying the blues. We should go to. Now they want to be black, y'all. I'm not black, y'all. Nah, but the point I'm making is this conversation. That's why I jumped on, baby. Okay, look. Those firings should show you what we need to be doing. Cause if the bootlicks ain't safe, you know that minds like ours, brothers and sisters listening, you know we not safe.
Black community, we better get a sense of urgency about ourselves in these times.
And I agree. But most notably, not only is the business game needed. But look, let's get this out there. Let's put it out there. I don't care who listening. I don't care who don't like it. Yo, militarily though. Because see, what good is having a business? What good is having all these things if you don't have a force in play to defend it? See, how was Black Wall Street? How has all these things that we had one time, our own businesses and our own means now to have been out this country, then had the Lord come through and give us our exodus, how were they taken? Because we didn't have a military in play or war machine. Let's just get right down to it. And let's not forget, Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter tells you what? At verse 8, it's a time for peace and a time for war. And I'm gonna keep saying, to the FBI, CIA, and all who listening. Listen, you can't stop this, and that's why this thing gotta be said like I'm saying it. Look, killing unarmed black men, women, and children. When you have men of other nations attacking your women and your children in front of you and playing in your face, you know that they got their foot, literally, their foot and their knee, literally, George Floyd, on your damn neck, murdering you. And that's another thing. In order for us to get this thing off the ground, our war machine got to be in play too. Okay, that is just cut and freaking dry. That's another thing. That's why these scum, these gangsters and these thugs and these jealous pieces of crap were able to come in and destroy everything. We didn't have a war machine, a defense mechanism. When David, Solomon, and all the other kings had, the Most High had, the Lord God Almighty Yahweh, whether you believe it or not, that's fine, but I'm going to go on my premise though. Yo, we had a war machine. They always made sure our war machine and military might was in play too. And that's another, we definitely got to get that established. Because all these killings of our people, man, got to stop. It's every freaking day now. So as we get the business game off the ground, as you see all the coons and traitors of our people being fired, our economic and military game need to be, economic and military game need to be stepped up. Ain't no get that military thing too. Because without the military, without a defense mechanism, without allies, all your businesses are still open to be stomped on and taken by those who got their gang in play. Their army, their air force, their navy, their marines. That's right. There ain't no but gangs. A gang. And they go in, and whenever they want to go and take, they send them in to take it. Gangsters. Call it what it is. So all these things got to be established. And I'm putting it out there on the airway because, again, I'm going to keep repeating it. To white American, those out there, you can't continue to squeeze and think that we're not going to fire back, man. You can't tell us that you don't want us in your sandbox, but when we go get our own sandbox, here your ass want to come and put water on it and make it mud. And then try and tell us that's a good thing. That's not how it works. And that's all got to stop now. And for all you Negroes on your knees, all you knee jerk, all you thinking that we can get along, go along, get along, all that's got to stop. And it's going to stop. Because we're being shown, no, we can't all get along. No, they're playing, and here it is. They can't get along. So just like Revelations the 18th chapter is telling, come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins. We got to give white America a full-scale, all-out divorce. Integration hasn't worked worth a damn. It never was supposed to work. But I'm just calling, this is the world I've inherited. Therefore, I'm going to call it as I see it. And again, this is a multifaceted attack plan, but one nucleus, our own. Having our own. So to have our own, Brother Swarthy, we got to reclaim our name, reclaim our fame. Because here it is, you got a faction of these people right now. The Ed Blums, the Mark Rufios, and all these other clods out here doing everything they can to interfere and sabotage our ability to have our own businesses. Here you had Keisha Knight Pulliam, who you know as Rudy Huxtable, famously known as Rudy Huxtable, and a few other sisters who put together a loan company, giving money to black women looking to get certain businesses off the ground. You had this clod named Ed Blum and a few other. Christopher Rufo. I meant to say, not Mark Rufio. Christopher Rufo and others come
Hey,
in
Salakia,
and
Malachi,
break
real
it.
quick.
Go.
I think that's Brandon Beach. His question is, how do we stop the gangs? Do you want to answer that?
What gangs? What gangs are we talking about? The government gangs or gangs within our own community?
I'm sure he'll specify. Brandon, if you could specify in the chat, and then I believe Malachi will go ahead and deal with the question. Continue. Go ahead, Malachi.
Well, if he's talking about this generation of wild bulls in the net among our people, the blood who call themselves Bloods, Crips, who call themselves Black Mafia Family, and so many other different colorful names, Black Guerrilla Family, Black Gangster Disciples, Old Block, so on and so forth. How do we stop that? Okay, it goes back to what we've been saying for the longest, Brother Brandon. If we establish our own economy where we can pay our people righteously, the gang culture would stop overnight. See, bear in mind, most of these gang cultures were, again, influenced by, put into play by, or destroyed by.
Salakia, Malachi, he's talking about their gang, the one that you talked about, the military. I believe he's asking, how do we stop their gang?
How do we stop that? Okay. First off, how about this? Okay. And I'm gonna be very careful depending on who this person is, because I want to make sure I don't say anything that could be labeled seditious. All right. And then they want to come down here on this show. Here's what I'm going to say about that, Brother Brandon, depending if you are a brother. How about this? If this society paid people fairly, if this society, right, stopped looking to try and invade and take from other people, if they did things correctly, righteously, there would be no need for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines being misused by a bunch of greedy, covetous, self-indulging, narcissistic scumbags. How about that? See, if everybody across the board was given a fair shake and wasn't looking to take from somebody else and take from someone else, and went in and actually bargained, bought, and paid for what they want. That's how you can stop them. It's amazing. See, it amazes me how this military works. Here you have a bunch of old freaking stogie, draft dodging punks who can go out here, threaten other governments to give me what I want. I want to colonize and take what's yours. And if you don't give it to me, I'm going to start a war with you. And then come back here and send young men and women looking to make a way, because they believe me when I tell you, this voluntary military is not. It was only done or made that way when you had shop, when you had all the trades taking out the schools and money, and then here it is. This whack economy where you gotta wait 14 days for some money. So the military gave you this mirage. Join us and we'll give you training, and we'll give you free college and all this other garbage. And most people don't even get that. We'll give you a GI loan. But that's how you stop it, Brandon. If this government was to be righteous and stop looking to take from everybody else and paid for what they needed and bargained fairly. But see, they don't have that in them. So for us, we got to stop. We have to make sure we establish that, look, it's time for us to even back up off of that. I'm not going to tell you not to join. I won't tell no one not to join. But you have to look at it like this here. For all my black soldiers out there listening to this, for all my black military servers right now, you got to look at this. Let's take a real good look at the fact that, hey, yo, look how they're treating the veterans of the day. Look how they're treating the veterans here in this country. As a matter of fact, Brandon, what I'm saying to you is actually coming to fruition. That's why right now, in these last 4 years in particular, but it's been in play for like 20 years now, military recruiting is down, massive. But the overall answer to your question is, if this government stopped trying to take from everybody else, there would be no need for a military. Why? Because you're doing things right.
So Malachi, I gotta ask this question. How do you establish a military? How do we establish a military of our own while still being in America? How do you do that when the country that we live in already has an established military? And would America see that as an instant threat for us to establish a military that's separate than the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines?
Well, brother, it's already established. They see everything that we do here, the damn threat when it comes to I'm not cursing at you now. And look, the assassinations of Huey P. Newton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, okay? Martin Luther King's mother, his brother, and anybody else who were voices of it, the Fred Hamptons, Charles Hamptons, no matter what we do in the area of our independence is looked at as a threat. The sabotaging and destroying of the Black Panther Party and the school lunch program and everything else they established. But look, we can no longer care what they think. Because here it is, right? You won't, here it is, they won't even pass legislation to stop the Ku Klux Klan, the Ku Klux Klan, known as police. They won't stop all these unarmed white, all these armed white men shooting down unarmed black men, women, and children in their Ku Klux Klan. And now you got white civilians joining the damn party. So what do you expect us to do, man? If you think it's a threat, hey yo, you don't want to stop what you're doing, but you think we're a threat because we want to now develop our own defense mechanism. Because we can't sit around here and let them hear this playing our goddamn faces, man. They go to court, not guilty, not guilty. Or they'll find a person guilty 1 minute and through an appeal and backdoor deal, let them off. How much more of this are we supposed to take? So if they see it as a threat, they then understand why we are doing it.
So next, right, Malachi? Let me ask you this, right? 67 to 70% of all police officers in the Americas are non-Hispanic whites. How does the black community address that issue? Do we go to the Supreme Court? Do we develop a petition and bring this issue to the forefront and address it in a way that until it's resolved, we're not going to back up off the pedal? How do you address 70 to 67% of all police officers in America being non-Hispanic white? How do we address something like that? Because I do believe it's a major issue.
The way I see the way that should be addressed is simple. Okay. Here we have within the rank and file of the police force, blacks and Hispanics who care. We see lawyers and so on and so forth. We need to have all these legal minds once and for all stand united with every piece of necessary law, legislation, and in place to challenge this government, man. That's not hard to understand how we can solve that. Also, within our own community, we need now more than ever, like we used to, have community relations. Here it is. It's amazing and mind-boggling that here we live in different communities or we're occupying different communities and we don't know who is policing us. We used to have a time where we had our community boards, we had our community meetings, we had our community relations, and we knew who was policing us. Any precinct that was established, we knew every police officer that was in that precinct. We don't know who's policing us. That's how we can address that issue. See, if you know who's policing you, if you could put a name, a face, an identity to everybody who's in your community policing you, that could also alleviate some of the brutality and evil that some of these bigoted racists come in here with. If you don't know who's policing you, how in God's name can you check and regulate what they do?
Well, Malachi, if even if we know who's policing us, right? If 67% of all police officers, let's just round off to 70. If 70% of all police officers in America are non-Hispanic whites, then isn't the issue that we need to address with the police station is the fact that more than half of the police station is the same race of people? Isn't that something that we should challenge?
Well, I'm gonna say yes. Okay. But I'm not too crazy. But then when I look at, but again, brother, even if that percentage is what you say it is, right? We still have within our ranking, within our own, so many brothers and sisters who are on the force, who are lawyers. If that is a problem, and then we can challenge it that way. Or again, better yet, if we have our own defense mechanism in play, even if they have that high percentage, we have a independent ready to alleviate any misconduct by the police at all times. That look, I would say maybe more black people should join the force, but no, okay, that could be a solution too.
But Malachi, if more black people join the police force, wouldn't that help improve the ratio instead of it being 70% non-Hispanic whites? Wouldn't that help change some of the things that need to change fundamentally with the police?
I would say, theoretically and ideally, it would. I would think it would. But again, if we're dealing right now where there's a whole heap, for lack of a better term, a whole heap of corruption, and there's clearly a racist, bigoted program in effect that keeps those numbers where they're at right now, then clearly maybe we need to come up with another solution. And see me, I'm just a stone cold racial separatist. I think if you don't want to do the issue of knowing who policing you don't want to check them, then we got to go. But we damn sure can't continue to let this Gestapo. Clearly, I'm gonna call it Gestapo Nazi. Like I said, Malcolm X was murdered 60 years ago, about a week ago. And everything he talked about is still relevant now. Marvin Gaye released What's Going On, 1971. And one song in there made me want to holler. Everything he talked about in that song is still prevalent now. It should not be. So, Swarthy, in all honesty, I'm going to say this here. We need just to once we get our own separation and operation in play, we can check any irregularities without having to join them if need be. But something's got to give, man. But if more people, but again, I say ideally, if more blacks were to register and become a part of the police force, ideally, you would think that would be the solution. But damn, given some of the piss poor black policing that we have going on, you got black police showing out for the white cop, bro. Even that's problematic, brother. So the way I see it, we gotta just look the other way and walk away. See, understand when the black Huey Newton gave and Bob, I think it's Bobby Seale and all the real brothers, okay? Because Eldridge Cleaver was nothing but a freaking agent, all right, and a traitor. But when they showed you the blueprint on how to handle policing, they showed the blueprint. But Ronald Reagan and so many others put the brakes on it through assassination.
Brandon Beach, come on up, brother. Go ahead, Malachi.
Right. See, my thing is it's a multifaceted solution and issue with the one nucleus, but like I said, that's how I see it. I don't want no more parts of this society, bro. They're showing you how they feel. And then again, the way I see it, and we all know old school. If someone smacked your little brother or little sister in front of you, they calling you out. And if you don't do nothing about it, that makes you the biggest punk out. So when you see men of other nations willfully coming in and attacking your own, and your women and your children especially, we're being called out, and they know it. So what I'm saying is not seditious. It's just reality. But I would have preferred doing what Huey and all those brothers did get our blockade up and running, and overseeing whatever goes on in our community as policing, and check it when it's wrong and roll with it when it's right. Because something's got to, we cannot continue to go on like this, man. Here we watch for 4 years, Joe Biden. I'm not even talking about Kamala. Joe Biden, when he was asked to bring in legislation that would cut down on this I won't even say police violence, but this Blue Klux Klan violence. Criminals disguised as police officers. Joe Biden didn't give it to us. He gave it to the damn Asians. He didn't stop qualified immunity. He increased it. The Democrats told us basically, F you niggas. If you don't, we're not going to do nothing for you. Okay? And that's why they lost. And it's finally Black America got it. Finally, a great 10 million voters got it. And they lost.
Malachi, do you think that Black Americans can use reparations as leverage to get the support of the Democratic Party?
Well, it's clear to me that the Democrats have now decided to commit political suicide. See, they understand why they lost. Because see, now when you have voices like the Lions Den, and I'm gonna name some other names of those who are listening to our here: Torian Rain, Professor Black Truth, Lisa Cabrera, Shalom, if she's listening, okay? Lisa Cabrera, Sabby Sabs, and so many other independent voices out here at the just knocking. Okay, Timothy Black, who are out here knocking it out the park and keeping our foots, the proverbial foot on the neck of our people to keep reparations in the forefront. Of course, we could use it as leverage, but as you can see, the Democratic Party in particular, the main ones who will be Black folk friends, mind you, chose to commit political suicide before they would give it to us. Here it is. We watched them for 4 goddamn years. Let me calm down. I'm sorry. Excuse me. For 4 gosh darn years. Okay. Take all our reparations money and give it to illegal immigrants. We're talking about $500 million plus. They gave to all these illegal immigrants with the food stamps, with the money. They gave them on a monthly basis money for houses, giving them
Hey,
free homes.
Malachi, the Ethiopians at my job, a couple of Ethiopians used to come up to me and tell me, he used to say, your government gives me money. with the big arrogance, too.
And see, and they did it in our faces. And then use buffer Negroes to tell us that we are not entitled. We shouldn't be talking about having reparations. The Jim Clyburns and the Larry Elders and Candace Owens. You know all the other the Officer Tatum or Officer Fakem. He calls himself Brandon Tatum.
I've seen the Officer Tatum's channel a few times. I've seen some of the content.
Oh my God, that dude. Ugh. Bruh. So yeah, the Democrats showed they could have given us reparations a long time ago. And they played in our faces. Here it is, you had your boy down there out there in California, Governor Nuisance. Okay? Look how they sabotage using the California California black cowards at the 11th hour, just a few months ago, at the 11th hour or 12th hour, and blocked a reparations bill intentionally.
I'm
So,
originally from California. That would have affected my family directly because I meet all the requirements to receive reparations from the state of California. I have the birth certificate. I've been there. The amount of time you had to have been there. I have the lineage on both sides of my family. That affected me and my family directly, Malachi.
of course, it affected you, and and let's not forget, taking you back to February of 2024, playing in our faces, y'all. Don't forget when you had out there, and I want to let me just bear me for a second. I try to commit things to memory, but some things you got to write down. Don't forget how you had your boy Amos Brown out of, I believe it was Sacramento, California.
Hold on. I got to say this real quick because of what the brother said. Reparations for Black Americans, not cash payments being the worst thing. Look, I don't care if Jake is going to smoke crack with his money. That money belongs to him. It doesn't matter what Black people do with the money. It's a debt that's owed to Black people. I don't care if Black people want to smoke crack with their money. They do what they can do what they want to do with their check. That's their business. And when we go ask for the money, family, and I really mean this when I say this, when we really went to go ask for that money, all the Moors should have left the fezes outside. The Israelites leave the fringes outside. The people of Kemet leave the Egyptian outside. Just go in there and identify with what we need to identify with to get the money, and you can open up the church, the temple, the pyramid, the mosque, whatever you do, you can do it after we get that money.
Bro, I am so sick and tired of all these pocket watching, sick of crybabies talking about giving us cash money will be the worst thing. How? How would it be the worst thing? Huh? Did you tell that to the Jewish community who gets annually $8 billion or more dollars from the American
Malachi,
government?
even if it
Hold
is
up,
the
wait,
worst
let me get
thing,
this. Let me just get this
it's
off.
still our money.
Hold up. Do you tell that to the Japanese and everybody else who got reparations, cash money? Did you tell that to did you tell that bull shenanigans to these damn illegal immigrants who got $500 million plus money in our faces just a few months ago? They got cash, and it didn't matter what they did with the damn money. It didn't matter to the government. But when it comes to us, everybody want to talk about, well, giving us cash, giving Black folks cash money is the worst thing that could ever happen. What the hell are you talking about? Including this clown, what's his name again? He go by so many names. Umar Johnson, this freaking idiot. At one time I thought he was legit, but then he talking about, well, giving Black folks what all the bunny hopping they do. No, we gotta put it in an escrow. Man, shut up, man. Anybody talking like
That's the
that?
psychological talking point against us when the topic comes up, though.
But wait a minute, though.
They do try to use that as a talking point, Malachi.
But that's a garbage BS talking point, because you know what? Here it is. Everybody else who got their money, got their reparations, got their cash money, the government, no anyone else was questioning what they would do with the money. But these are the very same people. When it come to us, what are you guys gonna do with the money? It's none of your effing business what we'll do with the money. It's none of your business. So that's not even a talking point I want to hear. Because if you to put and to have silly Negroes, even let that be said. What you trying to tell me that all of us out here are gonna go out here to the crack man? Come on, stop. You think all of us are gonna go to Gucci, Fendi, or what? Come on. No, the real reason they don't want to give it to us, because they know that a great many of us are so business minded and ready to do our own. See, we're gonna stop being stupid. Anyone talking like that, get off the comment section. Stop being stupid, man. Just stop it. The real reason they don't want to give it to us because they know that a great many of us are ready. And see, in order for white and this fragile white supremacist garbage can't work if we are on point with them. They fear the fact that if black men get it on and popping, they know they can't compete with us. They know it. And we know it. Let me just calm. Let me calm down. But yo, I don't want to hear that no more. It'd be the worst thing. Then what should they give us then? Everybody else got cash
Malachi, let me
money.
ask you a question. I kind of like doing
Go.
this host thing right here. Let me ask you a question. What do you say to people that say they are not the people that actually put black people in slavery and they believe that they shouldn't have to pay? What do you say to the Americans who have that talking point?
Okay, here we go. I love when they say that because here it is, right? Let's just go into what we call business. Now, let's say I buy into swarthy. Let's say if you were corrupt, swarthy. Let's rock with me for a second, okay? Let's say you were a corrupt businessman, but still, you came to me, you made a proposition, and you showed me all the assets. And I said, by golly, I'm gonna buy into swarthy scumbags business here. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know in the basics of business that not only do you acquire the assets once you invest, you also acquire what? The liabilities. And so, America is that business. America raped, robbed, pillaged, and plundered and robbed black Americans founded through the system of slavery. Okay. And this $1 trillion empire that it is why they are able to flourish. And let's say anyone who came in, yeah, you didn't participate in the actual enslavement, but once you bought into and invested in America, you not only bought the assets, you also bought the liabilities. So stop playing in my face. It don't, in the immortal word of the Rock, it doesn't matter if you didn't do the actual slavery. You bought into the corporation that did. So therefore, their debt now becomes your debt because you bought into it. And if you don't want to pay, don't bring your ass in. How about that?
So,
Let's
Malachi, let me ask.
let me finish.
JT, do you have something to say?
I don't want to monopolize, but since you asked the question, now let me that means if like a brother Professor Black Truth said, if no matter if we move to Germany or any country that was on the hock for doing all kinds of crimes against the Jewish community, and they do pay, if I move to Germany, I also once I move there and get into that economy, have to pony up whatever money I make to help pay that debt that Germany owes. You can't get around that, man. Stop that. They so full of it.
Malachi, is receiving stolen property against the law?
We all know that receiving stolen property knowingly, especially if you don't know it's stolen, that's one thing. And there's still a penalty for that. But when you knowingly receive stolen goods, my brother, you know it's against the law. And you also know that if once you get caught, you got to give that back. You got to compensate for that.
So now I want to ask, would you say that all the other Americans that reap the benefits of America, would you say that they're guilty of receiving stolen property, seeing how blacks and their descendants built it through chattel slavery and
Yes.
things that we
Yes.
earned taken away from us?
Yes. Yes, and some more yeses. And they also know it. They know it too. They know it too. They know it. I wish I had the video clip where this dude in Chicago. No more money for you. You black American lazy. No more money for you. No more money for you. Money for us. No more money for you. Yo, they know. They know. And when I hear these Hispanics now talking about why y'all not supporting us, they're deporting us. Support you for what? When we watch Hispanic legislators and leaders vote against our reparations in California, in New York, support you for what? When Joe Biden and company was giving you all those millions of dollars of our money, you knew it was ours. So they received stolen money, and hey yo, don't look for me to support your ass now. And when Trump and company coming down on you, nah, bye, good freaking bye. You gave us your ass to kiss, and hold up, we're not here to be nobody political slave anymore, man.
Brandon B, your last
Hold on.
statement in the comment section.
Sorry.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. I think it's more than money that needs to come into improving the black community. I think money is a part of it, though. I think the lack of, I mean, when you own less than 1% of the wealth in America, I do think you have a problem there if you're the descendants of the people who built America. So I think money is important for fixing a lot of issues that we have. But I understand why you left that last comment and statement. I understand it's going to be more than money that's going to fix us.
Oh, but come on, man. But stop. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Look, most of your mental problems, your spiritual problems will be solved once you get your economic game up and running. When you look at Dave and all these guys in the ancient time, they had gold, resources, unlimited. You can money alleviates a lot of stress and problems. Let's stop it. You can have your spiritual game in check, and you can be grounded and so on and so. But none of that means jack bone if you're living in a freaking homeless shelter. What good is that? And you broke.
So okay, so I want to know, in your opinion, then, right? What's stopping 20 black men from coming together with their resources from working just regular jobs? What's stopping them from coming together and investing in a practical business so that they don't have to work anymore, and so that they're in a position to help other brothers get out of shelters and get out of bad situations? What's stopping the black man from loving his neighbor as himself?
We just said it a minute. We said it about a half an hour ago or more. Greed. Greed. Greed, my brother. Greed. Individualism. I want it for me. I want to be only for me and me alone. Greed. Huh? When Suge Knight, the now late Irv Gotti, Jay Prince and all these was getting ready to put together a record deal, a record company, a distribution deal, and everything else. Who ratted them all out? Well, now it's no. It's all known. Jay-Z. It's always that one weasel scumbag. That's why among those 20 is the weasels. The greed, brother. That's why. Once we get this individualism, and I want to be the only one shining. Once we get that rat poison up out of our system, that's how we'll be able to have 20 brothers come together and formulate a business, and then create other opportunities for those to come in and pay them a fair maximum living wage, as Jesse the Body Ventura would say. That's how we stop it. Get rid of the greed. It's not that complex. Once we stop listening to other, I'm gonna call it demonic influences, we'd be okay. I mean, look at this. Look at this show right now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the Lions. Look how this operates. Here it is. The seventh answer gives everyone a shot, no matter what just belief system may be. Everyone is given a shot. Here you are giving everyone a voice. You're not dogmatic in your content. This is a prime example of not being greedy and self-centered. Respect. Here it is. You're giving everyone a shot, and you're showing the diplomacy to be able to respect other people's opinions, as we do on our format. But yo, this is a prime example of how the collective can work if you get rid of greed. We got too many people in the immortal word, and I'm gonna quote in the immortal words of Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh yeah, you got a lot of mamby-pambies out here that wanna go out here hot dogging and grandstanding and wanna be the big Comanche and be greedy and block everybody else out. But that's why I'm here. And the Lion's Den is the cream of the crop. Get rid of these interlopers. And then we'll be able to excel. Space is the place, and the sky the limit. Oh yeah, that's how we get rid of it, brother. That's how we get rid of it. Get rid of the greed and individualism, and get down to the collectivizing. And I stand down.
And all right, and on a scale from 1 to 10 priorities, number 1 being the top priority, right? Where would you say black people rank the priority of the black man, woman, and child? Where do you think black people have their people ranked in the top 10? Number 1 that's the number 1 priority. What spot out of 10 do you think black people prioritize the black man, woman, and child, the whole family nucleus?
Okay, I don't understand your question, to be honest. So could you
Let me see if I can rephrase it. Where do you think our people rank preserving their people, ourselves? Where do you, like, for example, people think God is number 1, right? Then their spouse is number 2. Then their job might be number 3, right? Where do you think our people rank preserving our race?
Right now, at this point in juncture, brother, I don't see us trying. I don't know. I can't pick a number. I can't even give a number on where we seem to be on a serious fratricidal, suicidal binge right about now. So this is where Brandon's point about money alone won't solve the problem. Our moral compass is so broken, my brother, that we don't even regard trying to preserve our culture.
My wife says we rank it number 12 out of 10 spots. It's worse than in last place.
Wow.
She ain't lying though, because we don't prioritize us because we're a bunch of eyes.
You know what?
We're a race of individuals, so by default, it's at the bottom.
So I'm gonna take a woman's touch, and she was able to answer it better than I could, and that's abysmal, bro. We got to work on that.
She ain't lying, man. I checked this Mexican on my job. I told him he couldn't say the N-word around me no more. 5 other black people defended him against me. So, I could through my anecdotal experiences, I'm gonna have to agree with her selection of us having it as the 12th priority out of 10, with 10 being the worst.
Well, we gotta stop using that word too. Okay.
Yes, we do. I agree with
yes,
you.
We really need to get rid of. If we don't want no one else doing it around us in the area of slang, then we too have to first be the example. What's going on, my king? What up, Prince? See, all that's got to come into play now.
Right.
So you can't require someone to not do something and then you still do it.
Hey, Malachi, I say even if they do keep saying the N-word, right? I think those of us who have had enough of it need to stop using it, even if other people want to keep using it. I'll go a step further. We should stop using it.
Absolutely. See, lead by example. Okay, and especially when we know the etymology of the word. Just see, we can't. I hate when people want to try to use the when you're giving lemons make lemonade analogy. When it comes to some kind of degeneracy, they're trying to justify. I don't like that at all. It's ridiculous because it's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. Here it is. You know this word in the ER form was used to demean, to psychologically break down our people. And because you want to style it up, just because you jazz it up and put an A on the end, now it's socially palatable to use. No, it's not. No, it's not. See, in other words, no matter how much you put a tuxedo or whatever fashion over on a pig is still going to be a pig and it's going to be dirty. So no matter what kind of style you want to put on this word, the NG, the NIGGA, it's still demeaning and defaming because why? Its etymology is rooted in what? Lechery and emotional lechery and treachery.
We,
It's just
we
that simple.
we had some pretty regal and classy characteristics about ourselves before these captivities. I mean, our people, in my opinion, actually taught the world how to have class. Because I believe we did rule in Europe for
And
as
I
long as
agree,
we
but
did.
you know what? But I agree, but I'm sorry to cut you in your speech, Swarthy, but let me just show you what I'm talking about further. Show me where any other nation that was called by some demeaning name by their enemy, okay, took that name and now greet themselves. You don't hear Asians going, "What up, my gooka?" You don't hear them going,
My chick, what's
"What up,
good with
my
you? No, they
chick?"
don't talk to each other like
You
that.
know what up, my gook? You don't you don't you don't hear the Jewish community going, "What up, my kaika?"
Right.
You do not hear that. They
Uh-uh.
don't do that. They will slap you into the next world if they can, if you call them out their name and use one of those racial epithet names. Then you don't hear nobody, but but like KRS-One Rock said so many years ago. Word, what come around goes around. I figure now you got white kids calling themselves nigga. But we want to style it up and then try to talk about it's exclusively only for us. Stop. No. I refuse. If I can help it, I am not gonna use that word
That's
when
one
I
of the
meet
ways
my people
we
in
improve the
period.
black community. Even though I know a lot of brothers from ghettos around the world don't want to hear this right now. Stop using the N word is another very subtle way we can improve the black community. We need to stop using it, even if other people use it, family.
It is just that simple, y'all. See, so now these are all the functions on now fixing our broken moral compass. We got we got to remove any and all poisons. As let me see who said it. As John Thomas said, "Wake up. You are serving the rats." I agree. We got to stop serving the rats. It's just that simple. And we got to stop being rats. Also, I'm going to add, we got to stop, not only we got to stop serving the rats, we got to stop being rats. That's another thing that's critical. That moral compass, the civility, the class. We got to get rid of all this degeneracy and accepting of selfishness among our people, and we'll be fine, brother. We will be fine.
What three things, from a moral compass standpoint, do you think we can all agree on, whether it's the Kemetic community, Black Muslims, Black Christians, the Israelites? What are three things you think we can all agree on that don't conflict with our ideologies from a moral standpoint that we should start practicing to improve the Black community?
Number one, without a doubt, ain't no doubt in my mind, number one in my book, sexual discipline. Now, I got no problem saying I love women. I've been caught up and been out there on the hedonism trip. But god dang it, the problematic promiscuity and the using of sexuality as a means of wrecking creation, wherein, i.e., the whole who's your baby father, not baby daddy, your baby father, and you are not the father. All that's got to be checked. Without a doubt, the sexual addiction, that's got to be checked. All right? Then of course,
But just for our young ladies, or do we need to have our young men also have
no,
sexual
that's
discipline
both.
as well? Isn't
That's
it, is
both
it
men.
important for
Hold
the
up,
young men
hold
to
on,
have
whoa,
it
whoa,
too?
whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, when I said what I said from the door, that's both, that's incorporating both men and women. Okay? It should not be that our young men out here got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids and ain't taking care of none of them. All right? Or in some instances, making kids and don't know they exist. That's got to stop too. So yeah, that of course is both men and women. And here it is, it's a demon that I fight. And we got to stop letting outside forces titillate us. That porn, most notably. The hedonism in these videos and imagery that teach you that it's okay to do what you want to do. Be where you want to be as a modern man or woman. We got to stop that. Okay? And I'm speaking from experience. There was a time I was out here being a hoe, like being a hoe. There's some things you can't make pretty. You just got to be raw about it, and it costs me. Okay, when you out here being sexually irresponsible, relationship wise being irresponsible, it drains you and costs you. So that's number one with a bullet as far as I'm concerned. Secondly, to get this moral compass on board, we now have to teach our children from the moment they're born, from the moment they start breathing, about the tenets of responsibility. See, when I look back and I see how by the time brothers was 20 years old, 18, matter of fact, 18, 19 years old, they was already out here on their own, getting their own homes. When I look at Muhammad Ali, I look at him also. When you see this young 25-year-old man properly suited and booted, sitting before the United States government and handling his business, speaking as a man, talking as a man, walking as a man, that is what we need to get back to. All this sweet booty energy among our men today is ridiculous. We let somebody else come in here and then destroy our whole structure on what a man is and what a woman is. Even now, I got to be careful what I say on that issue. But by golly, when I look at the man, here it is, being a man now, and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, is now called toxic masculinity. No, we can't let that be. We got to give our young boys their code from day one about time management. We were taught that in our time frame. Time management, responsibility, the code of working and getting things done as a man. Our young women, they got to be taught the virtue, their virtue, their worth. It's not about just your outer beauty and sexuality. No, how you carry yourself as a woman, your virtue, their virtue. That's right. That's number two. We got to get those in there and what they need to do to be responsible in the area of femininity, child rearing, raising, maintaining the home. Okay, you want to work? Cool. You got plenty of work to do in supporting the family. You can work at home. And we definitely got to kill this feminist energy too. And this sweet booty energy. You got brothers out here now, they want to get flyed out. You got men out here, they want to get gifts. But come on, bro. Take off your skirt and knock it off.
Malachi, you talking about the soft guy era?
Yeah, man. Look, come on, man. Hell, where, yo, it is so many. As Arnold, I'm gonna quote Arnold Schwarzenegger, girly man. You got a lot of girly men out here. That's got to stop. So that's number two. And number three, well, yeah, again, overall, getting the spiritual game back up and running. Getting our schools to teach these values besides in the home, in the school as well. Trade shops and going to school where you can get your job and your career program off the ground. Just those three things alone, in my opinion, can shape and put everything else back into play. That's how I see it. It's not that hard to understand, and because I've seen it done by previous generations, I know we can do it too. We just got to get this COINTELPRO rat off our backs. Any more questions?
Do you think that the situation with Black Wall Street discouraged Black people from ever trying to establish their own situation? Do you think that it discouraged Black people from ever trying to establish something similar to Black Wall Street?
Yeah, it's called cowardice. It's called as Malcolm X called, all these integrationist mad Negroes who led us into a burning house. Yeah, what happened definitely discouraged a great many. Think about it for a second. You know what? Oh, it's interesting that in that time frame, right, where everybody who was talking about our independence and separation and getting our own were all wiped out. They were murdered. I'll say their names again. The Malcolm X's, the Martin Luther Kings, Medgar Evers, hell, the Fred Hamptons, the Charles Hamptons, and murdered members and factions of the Black Panther Party. Okay? What was the commonality and just those 6 people that I just named? What was the commonality on what got them wiped out and got them murdered, assassinated here on American soil. As soon as they got their money game in play, that's when they got hit. When you had Jeff Fort and Larry Hoover, okay? Yeah, they had one of them had the peoples and one of them had the folk sets in Chicago going on. But when the government gave them millions of dollars and they try to take that money to do what? Turn the community around. What happened? The government moved in on them and made them political prisoners along with others. So yeah, that move produced a lot of cowards.
I would
My
argue
brother.
that's the way that they whip us in front of all the other black people. That's the way that they whip us in front of our community. They take situations like Black Wall Street or like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and they make an example out of them, or Black Wall Street, for example, for us all to see. That's like the new way of whipping the slave in front of the other slaves on the plantation to discourage them from ever trying to rebel. Salakia, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think those
But
situations, Malachi, black people, I think to a certain degree, are afraid to really come together and have their own because of the history that the government has of literally bombing us sometimes based on our success. I always argue that Black Americans, their descendants worked so hard that America had to attack us. So I don't know of any other group of people that ever came to America and their hard work was such a threat to the country that they felt like they had to bomb them, even though we weren't a threat as far as war or treason or nothing like that. They were just intimidated by the fact that we were thriving and we were having success.
but yet they play in our faces, and here come that stupid rhetorical question: Why can't we get a business going on? You know why, you coward.
Every time we
You keep
establish one, they blow it up.
and you keep letting them. That's why. And not only that, they use black faces to do the dirty work. That's why. So let's stop playing here, man. You know, yeah, Swerve, a bunch of cowards. And they got to go. But look, we can no longer be afraid, man. Damn. We here it is. White America says, okay, we don't have room for you in our corporate boardrooms, but we got plenty of room for you in our corporate jail and prison rooms. Huh? Are you serious? In these last 30 years, man, or more, we've watched this country build tons of prisons. Some of them still not occupied just yet. And those already being occupied because as it's clear to understand, the prison labor force is a capitalist dream. Because going to prison means you legally be a slave again. So we gotta stop. We can't worry about who's gonna do what. Although, on that note, Swarthy, I've noticed over the last 8 years, a lot of black business proprietors have been coming up with a severe case of death. I've noticed that. I won't go too deep into it, but let's just say, this is why I say the whole military squad. See, there are certain people out here who are playing at all, who are looking to win at all costs. It's not escaping my attention. A lot of black entrepreneurs that are out here are being sabotaged. and from the McDonald's franchise and to all other franchises you could think of. But see, this is why, again, I'm see me, I'm willing to take a chance. I'm not worried about what nobody else think or what may happen to me. Oftentimes, we tend to talk too much, but in order to get things done, you got to advertise. So I jump out in and I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm learning. I've looked at what happened in the past. Yeah, they are afraid, but when do you stop being afraid? Look at look at all the butt kisses and bootlicks, and look at how they're losing everything now. That ain't no solution. Steve Harvey, look, if I go out here and do what I do, if I crumble, my family crumble. Bro, the way if we all collectivize and lock arms, that can stop. You don't have to worry about falling. We all in this together. But again, that's what we still come up short.
Black people like Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley and D.L. Hughley, is it time for the black community that feels that sense of urgency? Most of us are not at the middle class or top, but we're kind of closer to the low end middle class to bottom. Is it time for black people to finally just cut those black people off, go forward, and even when we have success, not allow them to come back into our spaces anymore?
You know what I have to say, brother, in all honesty. And this is where I have to say it, and I mean it, I mean it. With the way things are now, brother Swarthy, it's gonna take a God or some kind of divine force to come here now and deliver us, brother.
I be trying to
That's
tell
what
brothers in the scientific
I'm
community
sorry.
and some of the other
I'm
people
sorry.
who criticize people who have a belief in the God. But when you look at the status of the black community, I mean, it does have a vibration that the only thing that can fix it is it has to be something supernatural. Because
All
we
right.
have billionaires, we have the talent, we have the enthusiasm, we have the charisma, we have the salt of the earth, and all these other groups of people who are against the scriptures, Malachi, I tell them just the state that black people are in, it proves that, in my opinion, that we the Hebrews of the Bible. But I'm trying to be more open on the panel. We haven't had anybody come up and talk from the Kemetic community or something that's different than me and your school of thought. So I'm trying to give black people the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to give the Aboriginal brothers and sisters the benefit of the doubt, Kemet, the Pan Africans, because just let's just be honest. Their writings don't say that they would go into captivity or that they would go through any form of curses, right? So they would just have to take on the chin that they just lost.
You know
And
why?
a lot of times you
But
can't even admit that.
But you know why they can't come up here? You know why? They can't come up here because they can't come up here. They can't come in here and have a real strong discussion because, see, when it boils down to, okay, let's say you don't want to believe in the Sky Daddy, as some of them say. They refer to Most High as being our biblical Sky Daddy. They don't want to believe in the Sky Daddy. But when I come back and say, wait a minute, well, okay, how come the gods you believe in won't deliver us out this situation? How come with all your talk, you right along with me are in the same boat with a hole in it, and we all sinking and trying to keep from sinking? That's what I just shoot back to him. All right, you don't want to believe in the miracle Sky Daddy. Bet. Okay. But where are your gods delivering us out this wretched condition that we're in? Or where are you at socially, politically, and economically and militarily to deliver us out this? All the Kemet and many of them do is go right along with this being a slave in this rhythm. Now tell me I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Please.
I mean, you know, I would love. I mean, and to see the thing is when you see the title of my show, right? I didn't make it exclusive to the Israelites. There's a lot of schools of thought that exist within the black community. You see what I'm saying, Malachi? So we will give them the floor. We'll let them talk. But you know, I kind of often wonder about a lot of their positions. You know, compared to ours. I kind of look at the Aboriginal brothers and sisters, and I'm like, so it was all these black people here, and y'all let 3 white people take over America? Now, clearly, I'm exaggerating with the 3 white people, but if what they're saying is true, then it was more black people here than any other group of people. If what they're saying is true, so if there are no curses of Deuteronomy, if there's no divine intervention, and you being at the bottom, how did you get to the bottom?
You know, Swarthy, there's something that you said that caught my ear at the top of your observation. When you said, here it is, you presented a format where you invited everybody, no matter what your point of view may be, your spiritual, esoterical, whatever it may be. Come on up in here. Let's have a discussion, a round robin discussion, a fireside chat about why we are in what we're in and what can we do amicably to get up out of it. And like you just noted, you had a brother here earlier, but here it is. We're now 3 hours in, bro. Mob deep. 3 hours and 25 minutes in. And ain't nobody else come. And you know what? Yet it's still. Here it is, an amicable and diplomatic discussion. Nobody, they don't want to make time for that. But every kind of debate, every time we want to prove you niggas wrong, we're gonna prove you niggas Israelites wrong.
Right?
They make time for that.
Up in here.
What? Say what? Say what?
We would have seen
Jabari,
Garfield, Chief Rex, all of them would have came.
And Sarnetta, I know y'all listening. Yeah, I'm talking about y'all.
Sarnetta would have came out the time here to jump on the Hebrews.
Brother, come on. Am I wrong? In the comment section. Not at all.
Karima, if you can, can you drop the link for the brother in the chat? I think somebody want to come on the panel.
So bring it. That's what. Look. But here it is. A lowly Hebrew Israelite like myself took your invitation, and look how at one point, at 1 hour and 29 minutes, you were gonna stop it. But look how the Most High has now produced us to go in mob deep a whole couple of few hours again and make this thing even more and expand on it. Now check that out. But you gave an invitation to all. And you know we know you're listening to us.
And also, Malachi, not only did I give them an invitation, but I set rules in place for her allowing me to host this show that they get to talk uninterrupted. Under no circumstance when I start that clock can anybody interrupt whoever's turn it is to speak.
Okay, I see that the Sankofa movement said to Seventh Answer, if you're available, behind, to drop the link. Please do. Please do. Okay? But my thing, it's mind-boggling. And we have a whole heap of listeners. And yet, no one took your invitation. But mark this day, y'all. Mark it. On the 26th of February. Here you had a brother out of the Hebrew Israelite community, Brother Swarthy, make an invitation to have a round robin, no matter what your belief may be. Come on, let's discuss the commonality problems, the common problems that we have, and no one showed up. But yet, I guarantee you, If somebody threw out the Hebrew Israelites versus let's say the Sankofa movement, I'm just using for an example, Sankofa, I guarantee you 10,000 or more will tune in and want to join in wholeheartedly. For that, boy, isn't that something? Ain't that something?
If we would have did a lesson talking about modern women, it would have been a lot of people over here too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, most definitely. Ain't no doubt about that.
Hey, well, I'm gonna tell you one though, Malachi, that they brought out yet on YouTube. I'm gonna go ahead and give everybody a sneak peek. My next video might be called Modern Men because nobody ever talks about it, but it would be nice to have the discussion and be in fairness, because the truth is, men have become modern too. We're not as ancient as we used to be. When I get cold, Malachi, I'm not going out there and killing no bear and making no jacket. I'm going to Nordstrom's.
No, man. Yo, bro, like I just said a minute ago, man. And hold up, I was guilty of it until I got taught the rudiments of my manhood. You know, I had examples in the past, but I was still caught up in the glam of this whole other movement that was being caught up. Not so much the, man oh man, but I'm talking about this whole girly man energy and effeminate energy. Yo, bro, until I broke that matrix. But my thing is, and most of these modern men today are a bunch of bums. I didn't say bum, I said bum. B-U-M-B. Broke, unemployed, mama boys. Word up, man.
Hey, you know what, Malachi? Like the modern man conversation, I've never seen anybody really have it on YouTube. But it would definitely be an interesting topic. It would be an interesting topic to talk about. Because even though there are some things that are ancient and natural that I think men and women should still hold on to, I think at the end of the day, modern men have evolved too. There's not just a such thing as modern women. You have modern men too. And a lot of the complaints sometimes that brothers have for sisters are not really, I mean, I get the wanting sisters to have natural hair and stuff like that and not wear makeup, but that's a part of women being feminine too at the same time. And makeup is not something that women just started wearing or doing. So sometimes it's like, the stuff that allows sisters to be feminine, we shouldn't have a problem with them doing that type of stuff. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with Eve dyeing her hair blonde and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, right, like black people, whether you're an Israelite, we're not chiseling in stone and walking around with a long garment on and a staff herding sheep no more. I mean, the Israelites today got on Air Force Ones and some Levi jeans and a fitted hat with some fringes at the bottom of their jersey. So sometimes I think we ask sisters to do things that we don't even do ourselves, even though I know there is a difference between men and women. How can I get on a sister for having maybe some burgundy braids, but I done went to the barbershop and got me a bald fade? Show me in historicity where Jacob and them was going to get a bald fade and rocking the J's in 70 AD. It wasn't going down like that. So men have become modern to a certain degree, and it's an untalked about subject.
I agree. You're quite right. Okay. And we do have to address that. But seventh answer, if you're listening, hon, could you drop the link? There's some people that want to actually get on board now, which is a good thing. Because in truth, my dear brother, I have to now motivate, if you don't mind. We got someone on the set. So fire away to the person with the A in their name.
Yeah, shalom, bro. I was just up here building with the brother a second ago, and I found much of what you said to be true as well. Um, it's Afro-Asiatic. Um, I mean, it's interesting when you look at the position. Like we had this new FBA thing. I don't know if you brothers are aware of that. That just came.
I'm aware of it. I subscribe to being a foundational Black American, so I'm
Right,
very aware of it.
right. Exactly. But it there was a time, when I first came across FBA, I never I didn't detect as much anti-Africanism in it as far as the popular jargon that's attached to it with Tariq Nasheed right now. When it first came out, I didn't feel that type of sentiment. I didn't get that type of sentiment from it. But it seems now that it's moving at least at the level of the leadership, with the rhetoric. It has become inflammatory as far as Africans are concerned. I think that's interesting in light of recent developments in Africa with all of the de-dollarization and Africans actually getting into a better position. I think it's interesting that a movement would arise that would try to turn our attention away from Africa and away from what's going on there right now.
So Afro-Asiatic, let me ask you, brother, do you think that well, obviously I would say it would be conducive for foundational Black Americans to come to some term of getting past the diaspora war and us
Mhm.
working together. Even if we do decide to identify as FBA, I think we should start work. It is conducive for us to come to our senses and work together. Um, what do you think about that? Do you think that it's time for FBA and East and West Africa to really sit down and have a sincere conversation towards us working together?
I absolutely think that, brother, what you just said, for a number of reasons. I think I would identify myself partially as FBA as well, in the sense that I do know that we represent a unique population. We represent a unique experience here in America, with our people being brought from West Africa. I think that is a unique experience. But I understand the frustration. I understand. I'm with the nationalism aspect of it in a nationalistic sense, material, economic, military, in every way, But I think it's frustrated because as a FBA, I would say there is no national soil to attach the nationalism to. So it's frustrating where we see when Africans have just recently nationalized themselves in West Africa, they took over their soil. So our populations are decentralized, spread out over here. But yeah, I think it's all relevant, and I think that's a good synopsis that you just gave. I think there needs to be mass attention. We don't have the media uh, apparatus to do so. Well, we do. We just don't have a concerted effort because we do have channels, but we don't have a concerted effort where we centralize our panels and in order to produce, I guess you could say, a shift in our people's perspective as far as getting that type of discussion in perspective, really. But I'm with you on that, bro. I ain't mean to be long winded though.
Great points, brother. Great point. I've been in the diaspora war pretty heavy. At one point in time, Garfield and Jabari was kind of trying to reason with me to not, go at East and West Africa so much because it had got to the point where I was really intense on the front lines as a foundational Black American against East and West Africa, even with my genetics that are tied to Africa. Um, but I have friends from the Habesha Ethiopian community. I got a really good friend that's an Oromo Ethiopian, which they're a different ethnic group than the Habesha, but they all dwell in Ethiopia. I do know a brother from Eritrea. I know a couple of very good brothers from Somalia too, and I often talk to the Liberian brothers and sisters all the time up here. I've got a pretty good rapport with individuals from those communities, but we stood out. This is when I worked at the airport. We all stood out because it was unusual to see Habesha Ethiopians, Oromo Ethiopians, Black Americans, Somalis, Eritreans, and West Africans all in the same group, getting along and dwelling peaceably with each other, and actually having good friendships. It used to shock people in the airport that we all got along because a lot of times, an Eritrean can't speak to an Ethiopian sometimes, or like if you're Eritrean and a couple of Ethiopians will get mad at one Ethiopian for speaking to the Eritrean brother. It's African Americans who don't or who are not accepted by Somalis or Ethiopians or Eritreans or West Africans, and vice versa. It's Black Americans that have a disdain for all of those groups I just named. So we really stood out on my job because we were trying to be as proactive as possible about unifying Africa. But it's hard when our communities are culturally racist against each other. It doesn't matter about our individual friendships when our cultures, our the culture of our people, their racism towards each other, it just cancels out even the friendship that I had with them. Okay, it looks like we got somebody new on the panel. What's your name, brother?
This is Brandon. Can you hear me?
Say it one more time, below.
This is Brandon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Brandon. Go ahead and speak. You got the floor.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. And thank you guys for having this going on, man. These are good conversations that we really, really need to start having. For the comments that I was having earlier, here's the main thing that I've been able to see with it. Because I mean, I love my black people. Whenever want to do good and improve. Here's what we need, man. And this is why the reparation in the form of cash is not necessarily going to be very beneficial. The greed is one thing, sure, but ultimately the thing bigger than black people, opportunity. That's it. Just the opportunity. If we don't have an opportunity, we don't have resources, we don't have hope for the future. Now we have all these ways we want to try to make things happen. Not everyone is resilient. They're not as knowledgeable. I mean, so now you got as many people in the world of number. All those are different characteristics, personalities, ways of doing things. No one's ever going to agree on the same like that. But if we don't have opportunities, we don't have hope for them, we don't have resources, that's what starts us to try to figure out how to get over on the other person. That's how the thing works. So yes, we do need an institution. We do need to get together. But here's the issue with that. We become slaves to our own uh, liberation because you can get something, but you have no idea how to use it. So it's not going to help you. It's only going to create more. You got so many people that feel entitled to this thing, to that thing, and they can tell you why. And some of it may be actually for real. But you can't tell everyone that they need the hush to sit down and follow somebody else. I mean, we just can't do that. So one thing that I've actually started doing already myself is mainly for black kids, but got some other brothers I'm working with too. I call it return to alpha. Return to alpha meaning getting back to the beginning, which is God being first. And what we are doing is uplifting black people, period. That's what we're doing. And it has nothing to do with any other kind of status. It's nothing to do with trying to include other folk. It's just becoming men again. And we just don't have a whole lot of that going on. The financial part with the reparations, y'all. I mean, and I thought about this because again, and you guys talked about the police earlier, so this kind of has a little bit to do with that. But man, we can get certain kinds of funds for something, But y'all know not everybody's going to be honest about it. Not everyone's going to feel like it's fair. Not everyone's going to agree that the person next to them got more, and there's no stopping them from robbing somebody or killing somebody and just taking it. It doesn't. The money is going to be great if we have something to put with it, but just giving that lump sum of funds to somebody, okay, you'll do what you want to with your money. That's fine. Go for it. But it's not going to help blacks much because of how most will do it. If you do not know how to manage your money, how to put your money somewhere that's going to benefit you in the future, it's just you're enabling someone that's like a drug addict. You got to cut it off. You can't let someone have all those resources, but they have no idea how to make them work. So and again, it's not necessarily that it's fair or anything like that. It's just the truth. Not every person wants to work hard. If they can take from you, they'll take it from you. So if we're able to go to a community, let's say it's a pretty bad community, and the actual houses that are around, let's say all we do is paint the house. Let's say just paint them. That's all. Or take the actual yard, put some grass in the yard, or give a line up to the yard. Make it so that the grass is going to be adjacent to the sidewalk, but not hanging over. There's so many things we can do because when you look better, you feel better. Nobody wants to come home and you got to come home to trash, and you've been going through what you're going through all day. Nobody wants to do that. But if we're able to be at the same starting point as everyone else, now we don't do it from there, that's our fault. We just want to be able to have the exact same opportunity to do this. So that's what I was meaning as far as the reparations part.
Understood, man. Thank you for coming up and elaborating on it. I want to come back to you, but we got another brother on the panel. Brother, what's your name? Brother, unmute your mic.
Yeah. Uprising to everyone on the panel and the chat. This is Yasef Samora. I don't know if I've got an echo going on.
It sounds like you're echoing a little bit.
I think the other brother's mic has an echo on it.
All right, you guys, let's mute up so the new brother can speak. Go ahead and say your name one more time, brother, and you got the floor.
Yeah. Uprising. I'm Yasaf Samora. Peace to baby Malachi. Sister Karima, yourself, and brother Afro-Asiatic, and also the other brother. Yeah. I've been listening, and I like the way the conversation. There's two parts to this conversation. One is the spiritual, religious side of things, and then the other is the political side of things and economic. Or if you want to add all that to the political, then yeah. So there's two parts basically, and in my opinion, we can't just say we're going to get up and do things because we want to do things. We have the will, which is good, which is the start, but we have to strategize. And what do I mean by strategize? We got to get our spirit, our mind, and our spirit in check. Basically, where do you want to be? First and foremost, within your spirit, where do you want to be? Because you can't just be following things for following things' sake. So, what do you want within your spirit? And then within that, basically, you start to channel. Now, the Sankofa movement is about melanated beings, black people, if you want to call them that, basically, assembling and building ourselves back up. The difference between this ideology and the religious or religio ideology is that it's about manifestations. And the more people that have buy into the idea is what creates the idea, what brings it forth to reality. Unlike other religions or whatever, what have you, whereby we're relying on some outside being or a being outside of us. We're dealing with internal. Now, I believe that we're healing from whatever it is that we've been put through. And I agree with Brother Afro-Asiatic. I personally know that we're one people. So therefore, we should be able to connect. And the first part of connecting is having your spiritual mind, basically, or your spiritual, your mental, basically prepared in terms of connecting with your brother. So you got to study your brother, just like we study you. It's the same way, basically. We've been studying you guys for a long time. So now it's time for you guys to actually study us so that when we do connect, we have lots to connect with. And then we can build upon that and move forward so that our generations after us can come back and say, yeah, our ancestors that came before us did set something for us to fight for and to stand up on. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I don't want to take too much of the time. Yeah, man, please go ahead. And yeah, it's a good conversation. So yeah.
Man, bro, appreciate your words, bro, and I agree with what you're saying, and that's exactly that's the observation I'm making when I see Ibrahim Traore. I see us, the way that he move, he give his estates pounds, like similar to the way that the so-called Negro does over here in the U.S. Uh, he mentions uh, us here in America quite frequently. From my observation, from my honest appraisal, as objective as I can be, I do pay attention, to what is to what they're doing over there. I actually have a, a brother-in-law that looks exactly like Assimi Goita, the ruler of Mali. But special forces that took over his country on behalf of his people. That is a part of AES. But genetics also tells us that we have a direct connection to parts of West Africa, Central West Africa, Bight of Benin, uh, Senegal. We are a collage in the diaspora that was produced by transatlantic slave trade. They dropped us off, you know, and made us a diaspora. But yeah, I think West Africa is interesting, and interestingly enough, the Mosi of Burkina Faso retain West Eurasian 7,000-year-old West Eurasian DNA. The Most High. Um, you know, he reveals these things in his own time. And that is the truth of modern genetics. It's more than that that can be discussed along the lines of genetics, but it's politics involved. It's genetics. It's an interesting conversation, nonetheless, man. Appreciate it.
I think it's important for us to have these type of builds and conversations concerning what's conducive and in the best interest of the Black community, what will improve the Black community, because some of the solutions, and I have to be the first to admit this, do require a very uncomfortable change, whether it's letting go of the diaspora war and coming to a term of peace with the brothers of the diaspora, with the West African brothers, with the Caribbean brothers, with the foundational Black American brothers, rocking with the Pan African brothers who are not looking to always debate the differences in what we subscribe to from a religious or ideology standpoint, but understanding that it's only about 4 to 3 things that we need to agree on to have self-preservation, and we can still have all of our spaces concerning our ideologies. Like when you look in the black community, you have a lot of black people who subscribe to ancient Kemet and they rock with the laws of Mayat. You know, we have Muslims that are black. We have Christians that are black. We, you know, obviously a lot of some black people subscribe to being Israelites. Some of them subscribe to being Moors. So, you know, I want to keep stressing, we don't have to abandon our ideologies to learn how to build a house, to learn how to grow crops, to come together financially, to free each other from these activities that take away from us enjoying our families, reaching our potential, advancing in science, engineering, and technology, being able to recreationally stand on excellence, you know, where it doesn't even feel like we're working, but this is just a part of who we are, you know. So I don't think the difference in ideologies or tribes should stop us from ultimately succeeding and being excellent, you know, and letting go of whatever isn't conducive for us, even if it's something we created.
Absolutely, I agree with you because when you look at the dynamics of Africa, I mean, there's several different tribes, but yet we still cohabit together, basically, and we still live as underneath countries, within countries, and so on and so forth. And there hasn't really been any kind of major war between us aside for these little coup d'etats that have been happening due to outside influence. So yes, you are absolutely right. It can be everybody can cohabit and have their own ideology. It was done before in the past, hence why you have this Bible thing, which has been duplicated, like as you said, the Kemet thing has been duplicated, but these were all original things that were from in the past. So long as you're dealing with the original things and they are within the scope of the connection, i.e., with the universe as well as the spirits and our ancestors, then yeah, we could move and we can live because we all similar, as you quite rightly said again. So yeah, I agree with you. That is where we're headed as a people. Now there's going to be people, the other people whom agree with us, basically, because back in the day they know within their DNA that when we were the custodians or guardians of this planet, they lived peacefully. They lived a good life, better than what they're living today. So within their self, they know and will advocate for us basically to rise. And so therefore, there should be no fear. I mean, as you said earlier, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So, I mean, the house is divided, it won't stand. So therefore, we rise. And so we
You
have to rise spiritually first within the mind.
and
You're
you know
100% correct,
what
bro.
house can also represent.
Go ahead.
It can also represent an ethno group, or in the more modern term, a race of people, or a
Yeah.
particular group of people. So, a house divided against itself, a people divided against itself, cannot stand. And we see evidence of that, you know, because we don't get along in the way that we should, at least. Uh, it resulted in us not reaping the benefits of the minerals and resources from our own homeland. So another way of saying house is actually referring to a particular people, and we are a house divided, and that's why we can't stand.
Well, I was saying it in the opposite way, in the sense that in this here time, we are rising in the sense that our division, I mean, we're healing from that division. I mean, it might not look like it, but we are, because I mean, we agree on so many things. It's just the outside noise and the haziness is what's blinding us so far for us to connect. But we are
Marcus
actually connected.
Garvey,
I'm talking on the other side of things, whereby they are now fighting and now their house is divided. Like you said
Marcus
before, I
Garvey was
believe
a
that's
great
what.
example.
Correct. Yeah.
Marcus Garvey was a great example of what you had just iterated when you said that people will look towards us because a lot of Latin America supported Marcus Garvey. I don't think enough people really understand how much Panamanians and different Latin Americans were also funding Marcus Garvey. That's what made him so dangerous. That's what made that's what produced or manufactured the FBI. They made the FBI for Marcus Garvey. That's how dangerous he was because he was a Negro with boats, and he had ambitions. When we read his work, we know he had ambitions of rivaling the United Fruit Company, but he wanted to make better deals with people in Latin America and people in Africa. That was his vision, So J. Edgar Hoover, he wanted to stop Marcus Garvey. I don't think people really understand the magnitude of the threat that Marcus Garvey presented to imperialism if he was allowed to keep developing his movement. So they rapidly infiltrated him and put stool pigeons close to him and brought him down that way, and with the help of the media, in 1919 and later on when J. Edgar Hoover first hopped on it. But Marcus Garvey was something else and really deserves a lot of respect because he was a Negro with boats and he had you know ambitions to set up international trade on the behalf of black people. That was dangerous to J. Edgar Hoover.
When it comes to those of our people that are ambitious, um, what do you think discourages black people from really backing the ambitious that arise among us and just going all in with doing what's in the doing what's most conducive for us? We're going all in on what's the best thing for us. What
Yeah.
stops us from following the ambitious people that arise from among our group?
It's jealousy. Jealousy. That's the biggest thing. A lot of times people don't want to see. People want to see others doing okay, but not doing better than them. So if everyone's struggling, all of a sudden you see this one person that actually starting to come up a little bit. Sometimes people look at them on the
I don't want
sideline.
to. I don't want to hear this type of conversation when we're talking about forward movement. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there are things that are. Please, could you mute up if you don't mind?
Yeah, but I apologize. It definitely wasn't meaning to in a derogatory way. This is wanting to go forward. Sometimes people need to understand that it's okay that others are doing well, and we don't need to be upset about someone doing better than we're doing. If we can be happy for another person, that's going to help all of us. I mean, that's the whole premise of it. Um, when you guys were speaking a little bit about the spiritual component of everything, and I agree with it too. But I have another look at it from the spirituality, and the Bible teaches so many lessons, so many principles. The one thing that sticks out a whole lot: God is not a God of confusion. So there are things that are happening we just can't wrap our brains around it, just don't understand it. It's probably not of Him, and there's so much division. And as we're already talking about, everyone we can be different, but still learn and benefit from each other. That is always going to be something that happens. I think what we start to forget though is the day of Pentecost. That's the day that we need to focus on more than anything else. That's the day that Jesus actually came up after He was resurrected. All these nations are there, all these different languages, the disciples are speaking, the tongues thing, all that's happening. But the most important thing about it is He's giving this word to all of us. So there's not a social hierarchy as there was in the Mosaic age or the patriarchal age. We're saying that it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, where you come from, you all are equal because you can only get to the Father through me. So we give ourselves these different levels of importance. God didn't do that though. He didn't do that. So
But again, we're talking about one of the things that can help us move forward with it. Sometimes there is a lot of jealousy with our people, you know. And I can be honest and say I remember feeling like that years ago to some folks. I mean, I'm working hard. I'm trying my best. Why are they getting this and I can't have this? And that stopped me from progressing mentally a lot. But I had to sit and think about it. We don't have the same goal. So my stuff may take longer than this person, you know. So having that understanding, I was able to bring myself out of that. And I think that having that continuity, not just being around your people, but we're all one people under God. And when He tells us what He wants us to do, He never said, "Go do this, but leave that person over there," or to help everyone here, but don't worry about the folks over there. That's nowhere in Scripture. So when we start to differentiate ourselves based on whatever characteristic, that's not what God asks us to do. No, Satan's doing it. That's the that's the enemy we're fighting. But ultimately, we can't continue to divide like he wants us to be. We got to unite.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see, these are the type of things that we don't want, because the reason why I say that is because you're leading with your religion, and you have to bear in mind that it's not everybody that agrees with what you agree with. That's your personal thing, if you understand what I'm saying. That's why I said to you, no, we want to forward move in the building of or the spiritual grounding basically of ourselves in terms of where we are within the society and how we're going to raise up and, you know what I'm saying, be a people where we can connect with each other. If you have your God or whatever it is that you believe in, that's fair enough, but it's not a thing where you're going to implement it on someone, because everything is based on results. And this is how the African thought is. It is based on results, even with God, basically. You can't just serve something and you're not getting anything back. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't have to be doing that type of stuff. We just have to concentrate on the building, basically. I mean, whatever personal thing it is, it will reveal to you in time if your God is who you say He is, and so on and so forth. Because everything will be breaking down in time, if you understand what I'm saying. But don't be go leading with your God within what we're trying to build to create confusion, because that's what it's going to create. Because the other man is going to say, yo, but what about my God? Or what about my philosophy and my all of these type of things? No, we're not doing that.
And the thing is that when you take the black community into consideration, right, there's a lot of different ideologies and theologies among us. So even, for example, myself being a Negro only Israelite, right, I'm gonna have to still be able to work with a brother from Kemet, or work with a brother that's a Moor, or work with a brother that's just 10 toes down Pan African, 100% West African spirituality. I'm gonna still have to be able to work with them, and we have to agree on something that doesn't affect our ideologies, which learning how to build houses, growing crops. There are certain moral things we can agree on, but coming together financially would put us in a position where we would even be in a better position to practice our particular ideologies or faith. Like I was saying earlier, I can't go to little Kemet town the way people can go to Chinatown. We don't have a little Yasharala town where people can come and get uh like lamb cuisine and all types of great Israelite food from us. You know, there isn't a place we can go that's like little Muslim town where we can go rock with the blacks that are Muslims, because we all decided to come together to liberate each other financially. So we don't even have the provinces that we should have all over America. We should be able, as we should be able to go. Let's go kick it with the Christians today in their province. Let's go kick it with the Muslims today. We're gonna hang out with the Hebrews. We're gonna kick it with the Pan African brothers. We're supposed to have little small cities all over America, if not cities all over America. So we can practice individually what we practice, but there are a few things that we need to agree on as a unanimously as a collective, so that we're secure in a few places, which is self-preservation and then financial status and resources. Those are three things that we can come together on that our ideologies don't affect.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. And and again, the inclusion. I mean, that is definitely a big thing. And with my brother just that was just responding, uh, I do agree with you that we can't say one way going to be for everybody. I mean, I do agree with that completely. Just different parts of the United States, they do different things. Climate's different, elevation's different, whatever. So, but I am definitely understanding to that. But just like you was just saying, and to have people that come together on the conceptual basis, and then to be able to pull resources together, man, that's an unstoppable force right there. There's nothing wrong with being different. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and it is results that we need. But from I think most of us have seen that the biggest and most prosperous results of something came from unselfishness, doing something collectively. And it just those things are always going to speak to us. If we sit and think about it, everything that matters to us in our life, like we take a life event that went down, it probably had nothing to do with money. Getting married, getting education, whatever it is that someone can claim as a significant thing to them, is probably had nothing to do with money. So it's that accomplishment, that goal orientation. So that is mindset we need to have. I am good with that. But kind of bring to another question that though, you were saying about bringing resources together and financially. Obviously, that's got to be leaders that the communities respect to do that. How do we get the I guess black leaders on the same accord, or how do we make it so that blacks understand, hey, we gotta unite this together, and this person can advocate the best for it, some kind of way like that. What's the best way to make that happen in the conversation?
That's a great question. Are we to the point where we have to breed new leaders based on the results of the leaders we have right now in place? I mean, all due respect to them, that's a great question in so many ways. Do you think it's conducive for us to bring the leaders that we already have established over, or would it be better for us to breed and build and train new leaders that understood the plan before they became leaders, and they went through the necessary steps to train and become leaders? Because let's be honest, we could have 10 or 15 brothers come together with just regular jobs, and they can invest in something practical, and none of them have to go back to work again, and then they have something that's always making money that may fund something that is more so of a want than a need. I think we should come together financially and go after the businesses we need, so that we can start to focus on things that we may want. Like, for example, me being a artist, for example, I like to paint and draw and sculpt, and then I'm also a martial artist, right? It would be wiser for me to invest in something like vending machines, or just a basic store with necessities like newspaper, pop, toothpaste, deodorant, stuff like that. I think really us coming together and investing in practical businesses um, doesn't it, I mean, it does require leadership to a certain degree, but one of the biggest problems I noticed that we have is, I want to be the chief status, or the I want to be the chief mentality. I think there's a way we can actually do it as brothers and see each other as that. And it might be more conducive for us to breed our own leaders and come with new leaders, because if we're dealing with leaders that may not have had the best reputation, or for whatever reason or another, uh the majority of our people can't galvanize around that person and feel their message and vibration. I mean, we might have to breed our own new leaders. But I'll let you take over, brother. What do you think about that?
Um, I think that is it is a complex question. I think about it. Here's something that came up to me actually about a couple of days ago that I realized around this subject that we everyone wants to have the next generation have it easier than we had. You know, with people saying, you know, I'm paving this way for my son, and they don't have to struggle this, struggle that. I really didn't sit and think about it being the biggest issue, and now that I think about it, it is huge. What we hear with music, right? So we hear all of the uh, hip hop. We hear anything that may be derogatory, whatever someone had to do to earn their money, whatever it is.
Shalom. Okay, I see we still good. The brother went out for a minute, family. He should be back.
Oh, sorry.
Like, share, subscribe. Okay. Oh, no. What happened to the brother's mic?
Oh, no, I'm still here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the main thing I'm looking at, like, we grow up and we listening to the different generations. We got Run DMC and all those guys that was talking what they're talking about. Then we have harder rap. And what starts to happen is what we grew up on, what those guys had a struggle for. We're trying to live that way now, but that's not the way the world works, and we mess up like that. So right now is not the time to want to think about selling the drugs in the game. This ain't the time to do nothing like that. This definitely not the time to start rapping about F police. Please don't do that. You know, it's just not the time for it. Somebody mentioned Umar Johnson earlier. Ugh, that's one of the biggest things I think about from there. If he was doing what he's doing now, but was doing it in the 60s and 70s, cool. Right now, the way he's talking, all it does is it separates us even more and it's create another subgroup of blacks that are being completely misguided, in the direction of what's in the bloodstream, not between their ears, So it's so much of that happening. But I think the biggest answer to your question, we probably should try to home grow and brew a totally different leaders for where we are. But the more communities do that, it'll be more intelligent conversations that start going up to the top.
Can I?
Yeah,
Sorry. Can I just say? Can I
just
just
wanted to
say though that
take one lesson from COINTELPRO is that we gotta really recognize how they was able to pit brothers against each other, just to take the lesson from it, and they did play on brothers' egos. But the only way, like as far as them intercepting letters of Black Panthers or intercepting letters that Malcolm may have been writing to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or they always played with people's mail and communication, so it would cause confusion and the right message wouldn't get across. So with the internet, brothers can avoid that if they shun the rumor mongering and talk to one another. You know what I mean? Instead of, because a lot of different disputes get exacerbated in these spaces because of dudes don't just go ahead and call each other. I see dudes that be cool as hell for a minute, and then because of rumor mongering, and instead of them contacting each other directly, where they could probably squash it and flush it out, they allow the rumors to become inflated and so inflammatory that they can't come back from it when once they feed into it. And you see dudes that was cool, they become, they get split. And this is in a digital space. This ain't even the real world. So we can imagine the level of difficulty when we out here, dealing with it on the ground, but that's one of the lessons I think we need to take from COINTELPRO, that they were intercepting letters and communiques between different organizations, putting out propaganda that people really didn't genuinely say. And we know that our government today is definitely not incapable of those types of tactics. But just to take a lesson from that, and brothers gotta, when you start hearing, talk to one another face to face, man. I mean, not, if you can't do it face to face, we got all this communication. Some of these things don't have to get so out of control. I just wanted to add on with that.
No, that's beautiful, brother. I think that's a huge step towards us dealing with each other in a much more mature way. And I definitely think it's imperative for us to communicate with each other and not get caught up in beefing based on a rumor or some propaganda that somebody put out there to undermine us getting back to the point of excellence and having having that financial breathing room, having the mental breathing room to recover and for us to flourish, get back to our greatness, for our spirits to be purified, for our health to come back into order, for us to all in all enjoy our lives and our families more. I think it's conducive for us to do whatever it takes, no matter how uncomfortable the change is, for the improvement of the Black community. Um, we've been going for about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Um, at this time, I do want to have everybody close out this particular session. I think the next time I reach out to Karima, I will probably do an open panel and have this discussion again, because this is definitely a discussion that we need to continue to have in positivity. And I think actions need to start taking place as well, as far as us having something and being able to visit different provinces all around America that are thriving that we built.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to say also, just to add to everything that you're saying, that we should keep in mind that this system, because it wasn't built in harmony with the universe, we're having all these problems. And these are the things that we have to keep in mind. Our ancestors, the systems that they built was built in harmony with our superior strength, the universe, our spirits, and our ancestors. So we need to keep those things in mind, because if we're going to form anything or do anything under this type of system, it is not going to work, because the universe will rebel, the gods will rebel, as they are doing now. So we got to keep that in mind, and in anything that we do, we keep in mind the harmony of our superior strength, the universe, the gods, or the spirits, should I say, and our ancestors, because we are all one. They are part of us and we are part of them. So, yeah, that is it. Thank you very much, Lions Den, Sister Karima, my brother up there. I don't know your name, but yeah, respect to you.
My name is Saint Swarthy. Thank you so much for coming and just blessing the panel. And this is the direction that I want our conversations to go. This is the type of topics that this is the particular topic that I thought was imperative for us to address right away. So I think us addressing this is very important, improving our community and taking control of doing it and not waiting. So I think it's important for us to have this discussion. And thank you so much for coming up, brother. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you too, guys. Peace, peace, peace.
All right, Shalom. Peace, peace. All right, family. Karima, thank you so much for allowing me to host a show on the Lions Den. Shout out to Mandinka Mali, the whole Lions Den family. Peace and blessings to all of our communities within the Black community. I mean, to all of our communities within the Black community. Yes, I said it right. Peace and blessings to our Israelite brothers, our Muslim brothers, our Christian brothers, our brothers in Kemet, our atheist brothers, our scientific brothers and sisters. Peace and blessings to all the brothers and sisters in all the communities. And until next time, everybody, shalom. And Karima, thank you so much for having me.